So nice having the room full and seeing everyone on this screen. So I bring to order the meeting of the Committee for Family Forestlands. Our first item is the review of the agenda. Does anyone have comments or additions? Seeing none, I'll pass it off to Heather for the roll call. Thank you.
Amanda Sullivan-Astor, David Bugney.
Present by video.
Eric Kranzish.
Present.
Gary Jensen.
Right here.
Glenn Ahrens. Julie Woodward.
Here.
Kayola Swanson. I think I saw her on
there.
Yeah. And Glenn is just coming on as well. Kate McMichael here. Mauricio Valerio. Rick Zen. And Wendy Gerlach.
Present. Thank you. It's thanks, Kayola. Leave you noted as present. It's time for public comment. If there are members of the public on this meeting that would like to introduce themselves and make a comment, if they have one, please do so now.
I'm Teresa Hauser. I'm a member of the public. Glad to be here.
Do we have other members of the public? Don't see any, so we'll move on to chair updates. I don't have any particular updates except to note that our year always moves quickly. Seeing I was on vacation and then seeing that we have our annual report on the agenda was like a reminder that we're moving through quickly. So we'll have a nice, we have a lot of time for discussion of that today. And I look forward to hearing everyone's thoughts on that. Other than that, I don't have a particular comment except the presentation for that. What we've done in the past is do an in-person presentation, and I think the Board of Forestry meeting is the 5th and the 6th of September if we end up having a slot for presentation in addition. Or in the past years we had people talk, so just if people want to make a note of that ahead of time. So that's it for my updates. Thanks. I will hand it over to Mike.
Well, thank you. I want to start off by saying thank you to the three of you who have renewed onto the board. I appreciate it. It speaks a lot of this committee to have you come back and actually want to do it again. So I appreciate it. Thank you again. You were approved at the last Board of Forestry meeting on the consent agenda item. Look forward to working with you in the next 3 years, I guess. So, appreciate that. Want to start off, I've got a few things here. I got 15 minutes. Okay, I should be able to keep it 15 minutes. Wanted to start off with fire season update just really quickly. Fire season isn't effective. If not, it will be very soon on all districts across the state. I think Northwest Oregon was about the only one that was still holding out. We'll see given the weather that's going on right now, but all other districts are in fire season. There are a few fires on the landscape. There's the Applegate fire, which I believe is 100% lined and 45% contained. That's what I heard this morning. That's one down by, trying to think of, Applegate. It's down in kind of southwest Oregon. They've got a line around it and working on it. The Long Bend fire, which is out in Type Valley, was caught and 100% lined, although I don't know whether or not it's contained or not. And then a new one, the Darling 3 fire started out by La Pine. I believe it's on BLM land, the Emergency Conflagration Act. Yeah, emergency conflagration was put in place by the governor, I believe, last night. So that'll involve fire marshal, us, and a few other people to kind of help start catching that fire. I don't know if anything of lining or containment on that fire, but it's still going. As I looked at it this morning, it was still going pretty good. We'll see where it goes out by La Pine. Right now, we have a few folks in, we have our fire school. It's one of our biggest ones down by Sweet Home going on right now. So if you can't get a hold of your stewardship foresters or other folks that are out in the districts, that's probably where they're at on fire school. This is one where they actually disconnect a little bit with cell phones and everything, and they camp out tents, get the real experience of being on a fire down there. So if you can't get a hold of them, that's probably where they are. They'll probably have to get back to the spell range to get a hold of you on that. Should be this week, should be done. They're going to do a live fire, I believe, Friday, which is pretty exciting for most folks. They actually light a few things on the fire and get to put it out. So get to actually get up against fire. I actually had somebody, it's kind of funny. I had a crew come up one time. We lit a pile on fire and they were putting it out and they go, Mike, this is hot. It's like, I'm like, well, yeah, it's fire. So anyway, get their first taste of fire on some of those. So it's good for them. I want to talk about a couple of things. So if you haven't heard, there have been 2 appointees to the Board of Forestry, Bob Van Dyke and Heath Curtis, Hampton Lumber. I don't know how long their appointment was. I've heard that it's just to backfill the other 2, Carla and Chandra from leaving. They're just filling out the remainder of their terms. After that, I don't know what's going to happen. It may change or may go through another appointment process. Sorry, we got more people coming in. All right. We got movement, but I'll keep going. We have the Board of Forestry tour, and for those who were not on or those who were, we actually highlighted our federal forest restoration G&A project and our 20-year strategy on the tour. I think it was a very good tour. The new board members were there, the 2 new ones, as well as everybody else, to kind of get to see what that federal forest program is all about and why we're doing it and why ODF's involved in it. So I thought it was a good tour. A lot of discussion around federal forests on the tour and what we can do to help with climate change coming. For hiring within the division, we have for kind of the first time in a long time, we have no new hires for a while in the division, which other than federal forest restoration, I know we have one individual coming to help Kyle Sullivan Master with the workload he has going on there. Other than that, I think the rest of the hirings are done for the division for now. The Schroeder Seed Orchard is beginning to get prepared for their harvest, which is coming up in August. They get really busy for 2 or 3, 4 weeks in August with that harvest. One of the suggestions, I want to throw it out there, is if we ever want to have our CFF meeting at the Schroeder Seed Orchard and do a tour afterward. I talked to Sarah, she's willing to do that. So they've got kind of a space out there we can go do that. The tie to that would be the Oregon Seed Bank, which is the tie to the small woodland owners. And we can talk about both the seed orchard and the seed bank out there if we ever want to do a meeting out there. Do that. Oregon Small Woodlands and Oregon Tree Farm System, I want to say thank you for allowing us to come to your meeting. We had tried to get several of the ODF folks out there to either present or be on the tours and actually kind of meet the landowners out there. And I had fun. I enjoy going to these and getting to meet landowners on these tours. So appreciate it and thank you for allowing us to come out and do that. It's kind of a highlight to actually sit and talk to landowners one-on-one. They tell you kind of what's going on. You get to see not only get to see their land, but they tell you about kind of things that they're working on there as well. So I appreciated it. And I don't know if Rick's on, but Rick, very well done. I don't know if anybody ever told you that. There's a very good tour out there, Rick. So, I don't know if he's on there. Urban Community Forestry is kind of a program that's getting a lot of press time. They have a lot of programs going on for underserved and tribal communities. They have, I believe, $10 million going out to tribal communities in the urban setting to help kind of mitigate some of the effects of the kind of the heats, or replanting new trees, but also kind of helping with we had the heat domes that showed up over the cities. So they're trying to get some trees out there replanted in some of the tribal areas and also in some of the underserved communities in our urban and community forestry settings. The other OPB actually has some press time on their program called Think Out Loud. So if you ever want to go on, it's kind of a little quick clip. It's like 5 minutes or so talking about not only the urban and community forestry program, but also the Schroeder Seed Orchard was featured on there at one time, right in the Oregon Seed Bank. So OPB has taken an interest in ODF. I guess that's okay. I mean, I listened to them. They actually have some pretty good things. Then it seems they always throw like a little zinger in there at the end of a question you don't know that's coming. But they did that to Scott Altenoff, and he actually handled it very well. So I'll let you go watch the clip to see what that was. Forest Practices Act. They're working through the post disturbance, trying to get that in place. Then I believe we're working on tethered logging right now. And I don't know where the status is of that. I don't know if you know, Josh.
I haven't been tracking.
I haven't been tracking either, but they're working on it. HCP is in review right now with all the authors and with staff reviewing all those chapters. I don't know if anybody else is reviewing that or not. I think they're hoping to get that out soon, I think, for review. But don't quote me on that. So again, I've been trying to insert myself where I could with that. And Josh is going to talk about the S-Fish program, some of the issues that are coming up is around the taxes around it. So I'll steal his thunder, let him do that. Another program we have there is the Forest Legacy program, which keeps forestland, and those are ones, it's typically lands that are threatened by some form of development, urban sprawl development. The one that's highlighted this week is what we call our Minum project. It's out on the east slopes of Wallowa Lake. Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, ODF and W, ODF, and I'm trying to remember, there's several other partners in there. I can't remember who they are, but they had their celebration for getting that put in place. It's been a 15-year project for some of those folks out there to get that kind of put in place and keep it from being developed. And it actually connects to some of the wilderness out there along some of the trails and something out there. So it was a big celebration. It went very well last week. Then that's all I got for updates, unless there's questions for me.
I'm curious about the strategic plan. So they've gotten comments in, right? Or the vision document of the Board of Forestry?
Mhm.
Is that just, are they in the process of, responding to comments and moving along? Where is that?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's not
That makes sense, yeah.
But they should be, I guess I should say, because the 20-year strategy is in place. It should be working through it. FFR is one of those programs tied to it, but a lot of the other programs I have, Legacy is one of those that's tied into the 20-year strategy. I haven't talked to Nathan Beckman in a while, who's in charge of the 20-year strategy. Kind of see where that's.
You're asking about the vision, though.
I was asking about the vision,
Yeah.
the forestry plan program for Oregon. Strategic documents vision is what I meant.
I don't know.
Which all of those
Yeah.
things are in the vision.
Yes,
too,
right.
Yeah, they're components of it.
I
But
don't-
Ben's, I think,
Ben's
Yeah.
coming on.
yeah, so we can ask him.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, be a good question for him. I don't know. Sorry, there's a lot of visions.
No. And the last I heard about it, when I talked to Joy, was that, the intent is there'll be a lot more stakeholder involvement, including CFF,
Mhm.
in the next phase, which will be developing the metrics
Mhm.
and the measures, I think are what they're called. I don't know, they're called something
Sounds
different
good.
in like every single document, but I think the vision, yeah, they're working through the comments.
Mhm.
They're gonna kind of finalize that, and then there'll be this next process, which will have the stakeholder engagement piece, which is what I understand, but we could ask Ben for clarity, because clarity's always
Yeah.
good.
Thank you.
And then I've got a few more things too with the annual report we can just discuss later on. So
Okay.
I gotta reserve the spot there. So on the Board of Forestry meeting.
I have a clarifying question. So there's been talk about this small first landowner registry. And so like if you go in for notice of operation, the small landowners, you have to select if you're a small landowner and basically, put yourself into that category. And then there's been discussion about if it's a registry, if that's an ongoing thing, or if people have to, I'm just wondering if SFO office has released any kind of information on that, or how we help landowners understand, or is it just simply it's a self-selection when they notify so that they can be put in that category?
I believe every time you notify, you're gonna probably have to select that. Is my understanding, because that's kind of the way the rule's written, is every time you go in, and then that's the way the rule's written, is that you have to do it every time, because something could change and we don't know, so you have to recertify that, yes, I'm still an SFO. What's nice about it is if you do the RCA the first time around for that parcel of land, it should, unless there's a huge change in your road system, you should be able to still use that, just update the RCA and add it to your notification after that. But yes, as far as I know, the certification has to happen every time
Very nice.
to do the notification.
In terms of when you're notifying, right? I mean, if you're just interested in, you want to be able to, tell us you're a small forest land owner, and, you're just in terms of we may have outreach material or something we can direct you towards. You can do that voluntarily, right, outside of Burns through our website. And obviously that stays, right? I mean, that we would always have that in, our system. But in terms of a notification, yes, rule, unfortunately, it's pretty clear that it says every time you notify, you have to tell us whether you're a small forest landowner or not. And largely, I'm assuming that's because of, yes, things can change, right? You can buy more land, you can, you may change your harvest, management strategy for your forest lands, whatever it may be, but that can change. So when it comes to that notification, you gotta tell us every time. But it is fairly straightforward, and they've made some, I haven't been as involved in the ferns stuff development as over the last few months as I was early on, but they're definitely trying to make it to where it's very straightforward and pretty easy for folks to navigate through that system and do that,
That's my understanding, is it changed from being something you did outside of Ferns, that you would have to go in and register early, to now being only in Ferns?
If you've done it outside of ferns, is that what you're asking? If you
Like, we're heading down that path, but my understanding now is, I'm just kind of confirming that it's just gonna stay within Ferns and not be a registry outside, that you'd have to go in early to register.
Yes. The outside of ferns is simply voluntary, right? Obviously, there's S-fish too, which does require a certificate. I mean, you're essentially doing that same process as you would do through ferns, but it's outside of ferns, and
I think there was just some confusion about voluntary registry versus then if you're doing it in there. So I think that was what we were just trying to help people verify, that you don't have to go in and do it before you notify. That's just a voluntary system.
Correct.
And I think there's people who are confused about those two registries.
And so one of the, often folks are like, well, why would I voluntarily register? Well, there's, like, say, we're still trying to articulate maybe the advantages of doing that, but I'll be honest, there probably aren't a lot of advantages to doing that. But rule does also say that we have to provide that opportunity or that avenue or that pathway for folks as well. But again, then when we go back to notification rule, it clearly says that even if you already have that, you have to do it when you notify. So unfortunately. Hopefully that helps.
Excuse me, I was just noticing there was a hand up, Dave.
I just wanted a quick follow-up to what Mike was saying about tours to the ODF seed orchard. We're planning one on August 21st, and it should be great. And so, I mean, if folks are interested in seeing how they do this is a great opportunity. It's a follow-up to what Don presented to our committee here, in the last meeting. So I think it's well worth it. And if you want to learn more, just get a hold of Glenn Ahrens' office, and he can fill you. Or Gene Bremer, one of his assistants, can fill you in on the details for registration.
You may even get to see the harvest in action too in August. So.
Mm-hmm. All right, if there are no more questions on that, we'll turn it over to you for a word of time, I think. But
Good.
you're
Then I can add in I can add in, and actually, since we are kind of a little bit ahead of schedule, I think I can still make it all within even the 15 minutes, but maybe I get a little bit more time. But I'm actually going to start off a little bit of an update for the program, since haven't heard from me in a while. So I think that's a good place to start, and it'll take a few minutes. So the map I'm handing out here just shows the 34 projects that are currently being prioritized for funding. And these projects are currently at the stage in the review process where the S-Fish review team, so Eric and others are taking a look at these projects. Each reviewer gets a subset of the projects, but so we're at that stage in the process, which means that's the last stage of the review process. So then once that is done, which will be here in the next couple of weeks, we'll go on to the next stage, which will be taking those, basically, we only have so much money, so we are gonna, unfortunately, we're unable to likely fund all projects, but so we'll go through and we should be able to fund about half of those projects, which is, exciting, unfortunate, but exciting at the same time. And so once we get there, we'll start the whole process of developing those grant agreements with those individual landowners, and we'll be sure to remind them of the potential taxation concerns with these grants. But just a quick little note on these projects. So even with only likely being able to fund half of them, we're still gonna be able to, and this is assuming, you know, things don't shuffle too much from the review team in terms of moving things up and down based on kind of where I'm projecting what projects will and will not get funded in this first round, but we'll be removing 36 fish passage barriers and improving access to more than 80 miles of habitat. That's what the potential metrics are looking like. So, and the cool thing is even with only, I was talking to Eric actually a little bit about this Monday, even with only being able to fund, you know, roughly half the projects, that's still about, it's still more than 70% of the miles of habitat that would potentially be accessed by fish. So I think the review process, the prioritization scoring that we're doing is working in the sense that even though we're only funding half, we're still, you know, getting 70% or more of the miles of habitat. So that's cool. That's exciting, at least for me and hopefully others. And so, yes.
Can you say those numbers again?
Yes.
36
Yeah.
fish patches?
And of course, these are just
Yeah.
projected, right?
Yeah.
It could change, but so 36 fish passage barriers and 80 miles, more than 80 miles of habitat.
Okay.
So it'll be somewhere around that.
Cool.
And again, somewhere around 50% of the 34 projects. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate the applause.
And that's based on your estimates or around that, even, that's not all that were submitted.
Correct. Yeah,
You know.
if I go off all that are submitted, if we were able to fund everything, so if we had more money allocated.
Yeah.
It would be over 60 barriers and around 110 miles of habitat.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, and that doesn't include, you know, the projects that we've seen, which things have slowed down because the word has got out that we're looking to get money out the door. So we've only had a few projects apply here over the last, since the end of March, but yeah, so really exciting, I think anyway. So, all right. So the next topic is taxation of best fish grants. And this is just this is a slide. This is material that's pulled from our outreach and training presentation that we give both internally as well as externally. This would have been included in the presentation that I gave at the Family Forestland Convention here earlier this month. And so, yes, so taxation of grants, you know, this is something that we was identified early on, you know, has been a concern really since day one. And so, you know, one of the things we did is, you know, we made sure that we provided that at least let folks know about that on the website, right? It says right on there, hey, we're going to issue you a 1099 because that's what federal tax code requires us to do. There's no way around this for us in terms of having to issue that 1099. And of course, if you get issued a 1099, you know, you're supposed to probably do something with that on your taxes, right? I mean, that's your choice, but ideally you're going to do something with that on your taxes. And really what that means is, you know, you're going to have to report it as part of your gross income. The good news is that federal tax code, you know, section 126 and specifically, which is here on this reference slide handout, is that, you know, through that process, you should be able to exclude some or potentially even all of these funds that we distribute to you as the landowner. Now, I can't tell you exactly how that works because I'm not a tax professional. It's also not within the scope of my roles and responsibilities and what I do for ODF or even the state of Oregon. So you as the recipient of that grant, you're going to need to go and talk to a tax professional. You know, forestland taxation can be complicated, so hopefully you already are working with someone. But yeah, go talk to that tax professional. And the one thing we're really emphasizing to folks is have an informed conversation, you know, ask them specifically about section 126 of the federal code. You know, that's because some folks have engaged with their tax professional and come back to me and went, oh, are you kidding me? You know, the news hasn't been so great. So I really encourage folks to go back and really have a focused conversation and ensure that your tax professional understands how the grant taxation process works. And again, it doesn't, you know, I don't know what the liability will actually be. Like I say, they have to figure that out. And one thing that we'll do is I speculate that it may not be as dire as some folks believe it to be, but I don't know that with certainty, right? Because I don't have data to support that, but I'm hopeful that that is the case. But if we get to a point where, you know, folks are, as we get further in this process, especially as we develop these grant agreements and they have, hopefully have that conversation, if folks start to back out of the program because they continually get told that, no, there's this significant tax concern, then obviously we will have to try and make some adjustments and come up with some real strategies to address that. So hopefully that helps explain some of the concerns and kind of where we're at and what we know. And I'll just open it up for questions.
I have a question about the kinds of individuals or entities that are receiving the grants, because of course, if they're nonprofits, then that's not an issue. But what percentage of these potential recipients are taxable entities?
All of them. So you got to remember, statute requires us to grant directly to the landowner. So they're going to be, you know, most, so there may be a couple out there. There might be one that actually is.
But there might be municipal groups, none of those.
We don't have any municipals that were, these are all, you know, as far as I know, they're all individuals or they're partnerships or they're, you know, some sort of, you know, family corporation, right? There might be one that is an NGO, but I'd have to go double check. But most, if not all of them are going to, you know, they're filing taxes. They're not exempt from taxation. So like I say, statute requires us to grant to the landowner. So, you know, we considered, I mean, early on when we were concerned about some of the tax liability, we did, you know, hey, most grant programs that are similar to ours are granting to, you know, a third-party NGO, a watershed council, an SWCD, whoever it may be, but statute just doesn't support us doing that. So we are kind of tied to granting directly to that landowner. And then, you know, like I say, that is one of the potential strategies, right? If this tax issue is truly a concern, we can try and, you know, do some sort of a request, go through a process to get a change to the law, right? But that's what it would require at this point to be able to grant to anyone except the landowner. So.
Because I think it would be different for LLCs, which pass through the individuals. People tend to hold these properties in LLCs.
Yep.
And different for corporations.
Yep, 100%. That's another reason, like, go to your tax professional, right? Our family partnership, it's an LLC partnership, right? So the LLC pays the taxes, stuff passes through, but we also have folks who are, you know, S corporations. I don't know that the small differences between that versus just a partnership LLC versus an individual, how those different taxes, you know, taxation variations work. So they really do need to engage with their tax professional.
Wendy, I throw out there that this might be a great topic to include in our CFF annual report as a watch out situation for the SFISH program. Specifically, as we, you know, if we were fortunate enough to be able to get a few years into the program, you know, we don't want to deter a small woodland owner who has the opportunity to open up a large swath of habitat just because of the fact there's a tax implication here, and maybe identifying with the board a concern that the current structure of the tax situation here may be limiting the effectiveness of the program. And I think there might be opportunity to highlight that in that annual report. So placeholder for a future agenda item.
Yeah. Dave?
I just want to quickly mention to follow up on that, if it's applicable to the particular situation that we've taken advantage of this. The ODFW has their private forest accord MAC program that Andy Spirka, Josh knows about this, of course. And it's even larger at this point than the SFISH program as far as amount of money distributed. And so, but in order to do that, you need to go through like a gatekeeper, typically like a basin council or SWCD, but that would potentially alleviate some of these tax issues for that particular project, if it fit the requirements of the ODFW's program. So in our case, we wrote a grant for about $500,000 for a large fish habitat restoration project. And so that's going to be occurring here in September.
Yeah, my thought is that this is a common issue, right? Lots of grants are given out, and I thought that there were ways to have it not recognized as income to the recipient because it was not completely at discretion of the recipient what they do with the money. So the money has to be used for one purpose. So regardless of what the answer is, it seems to me be useful for the program to know what the answer is rather than say to the landowner, you have to figure it out. Because if you're developing a program, I think it would be useful to have some legal advice, you know, to ODF saying landowners reasonably could expect to take a tax position where this could be excluded for income, or landowners reasonably could expect be able to take a position where it's included income, but deductible on a current basis or something, where you'd have a matchup of the income and deduction. Because even though we can say you need to see your tax advisor for developing programs, we want to know what the answer to this question is, it seems to me.
And based on our experience, yesterday's final class for Master Woodland Managers was all on timber taxation. And Clint Bentz is quite, and it's a very complicated, and even if you do go to a tax professional that might be recommended by other people in forestry, that doesn't necessarily mean they know all the ins and outs of how forest landowners are impacted. So Clint might be someone definitely to reach out to for some of that expertise, because he is kind of an expert on that.
So Clint has been the primary source to help me understand these things and the potential impacts. And the other thing that was kind of, and I didn't, follow up with additional questions to truly understand it. But one of the things that I found interesting in my conversation and doing some research to better understand this, and at least be able to communicate some things that, are within the scope of what I guess I can do as a program coordinator, is that even if you go through a tax exempt entity, it doesn't necessarily exempt you as that recipient of, the product, the project. It doesn't necessarily always exempt you or exclude you entirely from taxation. So even if, and early on, I thought that was maybe our pathway, right? Hey, let's see if we can figure out a way to grant to these nonprofits, tax exempt entities. But according to the information I have, it doesn't guarantee.
That makes sense, because if you receive something in kind or in money, you're still receiving benefit. But you, Eric, in your email that you sent, it was interesting. You mentioned, let me see, like having income and then the problem of having a capital deduction. I think that had to be deducted over time. So there's like a mismatch of, I think you were approaching it from, it was income and you couldn't get a deduction currently because it's a capital improvement. What were your thoughts on that?
There's a lot of difference. I don't want to get into the potentials in the world of taxation, but I guess from my perspective is an ultimate solution in my mind is if a small woodland owner is going to do a stream enhancement program, which provides a benefit to all Oregonians, in my opinion, that income should be exempt from, that 1099 should be exempt from their income. Now that would take a legislative fix beyond what anybody in this room can, want to decide. But I think that's something we can advocate for, that for smalls, if you're going to receive a grant in this capacity, maybe the advocation should be that you're able to not recognize that as ordinary income, or however the tax situation affects your entity for providing that improvement.
To follow up on Eric's comment, so I haven't done enough research to be able to speak well to it, but I do know that has been tried in the past. And so it is on my to-do list to try and put all that information together on when this has been tried in the past and get some of more of those details. But I do know that those efforts have been tried in the past. So, I'll try and gather that stuff and see what I can glean from that and learn from that and maybe provide that to you all as information to, maybe take and do something more with it. But so no guarantees that you'll get that information really, really soon, but I do have that on my list of things to research. So.
Yeah, and I agree.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. I was looking.
Yeah, I was just gonna say AOL will be more than happy to add into that conversation as well, because that money really is gonna go to a contractor to do the work, and that's gonna be taxed as income by that business and through capital gains. And so the state's not gonna lose out on taxation by not taxing the landowner through income taxing, because it's gonna come through the business owner. So we're happy to put that on the record as well, if the effort does go to the legislature or through whatever other means.
Dave.
What was interesting to me as we're talking about this is I'd like to know the difference between this sort of program and the grant I wrote through ODF's SFG program a couple years ago, where that was for fuels reduction on small woodlands. And so it benefited 8 small woodland owners across our community. And They never got a 1099. I mean, it went from ODF, the funding went from ODF to SWCD. And as Amanda points out, the SWCD paid the contractor to do work on each of these landowners' properties. So how is that different than what is being done here? I'm just, not being an accountant, I'm just wondering logically, it seems pretty
The
similar.
SWCD got issued that, I'm assuming that the SWCD got issued the 1099 from ODF. It's
Yeah.
likely what happened. I would have to, verify or confirm that, but that generally that's what should have happened and probably happened, yes.
Okay. So it would seem to me-
I see it somewhat from your perspective. To me, like the initial critical question is whether it's income, and I'm under the impression that grants where you have no freedom to determine what you do with the money is not general income, but not meaning to give tax advice, but I think it would be useful for just to find an answer to that. Because that's sort of the linchpin to the whole issue is whether grant income that's where the recipient has no discretion for how they use it, whether that is recognizable income on a federal level.
Well, and that's what I was thinking is this is not just a state issue, it's a federal issue.
Yeah,
And
right. And
because
if you could follow it federally,
both
the
are gonna
state
want-
would follow.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
It's a
just-
good point. Yeah, good interesting topic.
And just my part in this, I guess, take it for what it's worth, is for support of trying to get this off the taxes. I have talked to a couple of the authors who are the original authors of this, and their intent was never to have this complicated like this. They wanted to be beneficial to the landowners. So you may gain support from the both author sides of the author group for this. See if there's any changes. So throw that out there.
Right. It would be nice to have federal solutions, like, right, because
Yeah.
like have a good position that federally is not income, because legislative, we could certainly not manage to fix it federally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing on projects like this, and having been on a soil and water conservation district, if the landowner goes to the district gets the funding and does the project. The landowner is free and clear. So how about this type of program working through SWCD?
Again, the statute doesn't allow us to grant to anyone except the small. We have to grant directly to the small forest landowner. That is how the law was written. This was, Mike can attest to this. It was a flag I raised the minute I walked in the door. But yeah, that's how the law is written.
How about in that definition being interpreted that it has to be on land owned by a small?
I tried to look through those. I tried to find those pathways, right? And it is just one of those things where statute, unfortunately, is tough to navigate through on this one, other than the pathway that we're following.
I have a question, just from those that have worked with SWCDs and other nonprofits through grants. What is the type of overhead? Because typically those entities will collect overhead to administer those projects. Is that more or less similar to what would be the tax rate?
It's probably a little bit less than what the potential tax rate is, but it does vary significantly, right?
Yeah.
Depending on what services are provided. The other, and this is
It
not.
might be a moot point.
Yeah,
as far as
yeah,
how
yeah.
much money
Well,
is actually allocated to
point.
the project.
Yeah, and another, and like I say, it's not a preferred way I like to talk about it, but the other thing here is that the program is providing 100% of the project costs. There's no cost share. So maybe the taxation is your cost share. I mean, you can think, even though it's not required, but it's still a pretty darn good deal. When it comes down to it, but it does change the ability, and it would restrict the ability for some landowners to participate, because they still may not have even the $40,000 or so that it would cost them to potentially pay taxes or something. So, and we don't want that, right? We do not want that barrier for the program. But I have, talked to folks with, hey, kind of think about it as your cost share if you do end up having to pay some taxes on this, but not the way I want to talk about it or have that potential liability for the recipients. But it is
Yeah, I don't think we need to provide the solution. We just have to identify the problem.
Yeah.
And I think if we were able to do that, for example, in that annual report, take that to the next level, allow the board, if they chose to, or the board to go back to the department and say, explore this, or whatever the future mechanism is, whether that's legislative or other. I think we can do a great service for family forest land owners by identifying this. And, looking at the SFIsh grants that I was able to review, most of the grants that I reviewed were a situation where a small owner was the lower in the system owner, and that opened up access to significant habitat further upstream. And a lot of those are what I consider to be near the bottom of the funnel. And so being able to make sure that we're not putting any impediments in place for those small woodland owners to apply for these funds, I think is a great service we can do for them.
If the department needs to know an answer to a legal question like this, what resource do you have to finding it? I mean, like the Department of Justice has expertise in some areas, but not necessarily this narrow kind of thing. So what would you do?
Yeah, I mean, I do probably need to dig a little bit more into what revenue and justice what questions they can answer specifically around this. So that is, something we've talked about, and we probably need to go and engage there to get a little bit more clarity, right? But really those are, at least at this point, those are the sources that I am aware of. Mike, you may be able to speak to anything beyond that.
I can't on that, but I can with the process that Eric just brought up. If it is brought before the Board of Forestry, the Board of Forestry says, yeah, we need to look into this. Okay, ODF, go look into it. And then we can start pulling in resources to actually put something together. And then maybe identify through all that, the legal process we need to change it in the legislature, whoever needs to be involved in it. I mean, it set I don't even know what it's called, an assignment, I guess, from the Board of Forestry for us to look into it. So, so Eric's right. We probably should, well, I'm not gonna tell you what to do. It would be a good idea to bring it up before the Board of Forestry.
Yeah, I can see like the general hesitancy about not giving tax advice is true, but like you don't want to give, like say, imagine you had like some sort of land acquisition program where you were setting up, there's going to be a deed restriction, and it turns out that deed restriction creates huge problems that you hadn't thought of ahead of time. You would then get some legal advice to say, oh, how can we do it differently? And this seems to me like that. But Rick.
Yeah, thanks. Two things. It's great we're having this discussion, and I agree about Clint's input, and it's complicated. And I've talked to a couple families, and I know Josh was at one of the functions. I think before we jump into seeing this as a legislative solution, we ought to look at that education and administrative. I don't want to see the Board of Forestry hair on fire about this before we really identify what fix, if any, is needed. And if a legislative fix is needed, we need to be very strategic about that, because there's lots of folks that would like to expand or contract or do things, and we would like to see this done rather surgically, I think, rather than revisit the whole thing again. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Your point.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
For other thoughts in the room? Okay, thanks, Josh.
You're welcome.
Right on time, we can move to Dave for your stream crossing presentation.
Okay, let's see if this is gonna work here for us. Let me, I can share my screen. Oh, Heather, would you be able to allow me to share my screen, please?
Yes, doing that right now. Okay, you should be able to now.
Okay, it looks like it. Let's see. Can everybody see my screen okay?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so thank you for giving me the time to do this. So in discussions with Wendy, I thought it might be helpful to kind of go over, it actually follows in line with what we were just talking about in a lot of respects. So this is reinforcement. So prior to retirement, I was a practicing civil structural engineer for 30 some years. And so I did quite a bit of this work. And just briefly, because it is relevant to this talk, is that my design experiences range from smaller projects like what we're typically talking about to the more elaborate, but the concepts of temporary use and special loads, which we'll be talking a little bit about more later on in the presentation, are relevant here. And I just wanted to give you an example. So about 20 years ago, I worked on the design. If anybody's familiar with this project, this is the new San Francisco Oakland Bay Bridge. And so what my job was to design the major false work. That's this part. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but the middle photo here that shows this huge braced structure underneath the new approach here is what I was tasked to design. And what was interesting about it, and is relevant for us, is that most false work is considered to last maybe, several weeks to half a year maybe at the most. But this project was so large that these were designed to last for 10 years. And so that required that they just be designed for the load that the bridge would be subjected to, including full earthquake and whatnot. But what was interesting about it was that I also had to design, this was a first for me, the one and an only, this had to survive the impact of a 100,000 ton Nimitz class aircraft carrier traveling at 12 knots. And so so that was something that took a bit of effort to figure out, but luckily it wasn't tested to that level, but a tanker did impact it. And luckily the tanker was double hull, because it did rip a hole in the tanker, but it didn't collapse the false work. So I was kind of pleased with that. But to give you an idea of this thing for scale, this part you see above the water level, above the bay, is about 140 feet tall, but then it extends about another 230 feet below the water line into the bay mud. So the overall structure is equivalent to the height of about the Pink Building in downtown Portland. So just something to think about, how when you build a bridge, sometimes the infrastructure can be rather enormous. So with that, what we're going to be covering is stream type classification, just an overview so everybody's on the same page. Barriers to fish passage, why is it that we're doing this? The pertinent new ODF rules that are in the PFA, vehicular crossings, different types, temporary, like I was just talking about, what that means versus permanent. Economic considerations for vehicular crossings, bridge types and materials, the necessary data, culvert sizing and maintenance, stream simulation, approvals, permits, a little bit of the SFISH program to reinforce what Josh was talking about, and then references for further reading. So what I'm going to do, just for clarity of presentation, is I will be focusing on two projects here that I designed in the past 6 years or so. And so as they're relevant to our talk here, the first one is a bridge. This is a county bridge that separates our two parcel groups. I designed that to replace a couple of culverts. And then this large culvert here at the bottom with my wife's for scale was in on Weyerhaeuser property just up the road from us. So talking about stream types and sizes, of course, we have our type F streams, which are fish may be present. So those are any kind of fish. They could be dace, shiners, those kind of things. But then we have the special type of F streams, which are the SSBT, or the salmon, steelhead, bull trout streams. And for example, where we live, that we have a medium to large type SSBT stream. So there are salmon and steelhead that do use our stream. And then there's type D streams for domestic water use. That should be used, not roosts, that have no fish in them. And then the type N streams, in the past it was just known as type N, but now we've got two subclassifications as type NP for perennial, or type NS for seasonal or ephemeral type streams. And then the sizes are defined quantitatively as small, less than 2 cubic feet per second. And to get a feel for that, most people consider those to be about less than 7 feet wide, but of course that varies. Medium type streams, average annual flows of between 2 and 10 CFS, or about between 900 to 4,500 gallons per minute. And they're in the range of 7 to 12 feet wide, somewhere in there. And the large, which have average stream flows greater than 10 CFS. So that's a kind of a grounding of what we're dealing with here. And most small private forest land owners have small to medium type streams maybe a few larges, but since those are also the most prevalent in a watershed. Now, why is this a problem? Why is it that we're so like with fish and with culverts and bridges? Well, this is just an example of how pervasive a problem it is. So this is off the OFW website. This shows you, I put in 3 circles here, red circles. The one on the left, that's Oregon City. The one in the upper right is Sandy, and the one in the lower middle there is Estacada. So this is a fairly small geographic area of Clackamas County. And all those black circles that look like buckshot, those are all the barriers to fish passage just in this area. So it is a significant problem. And as Josh correctly highlights, it's something that SFish is helping to try to address. And what these are, they could be both partial or complete barriers, and they've been inventoried. And so what may be a complete barrier to some fish would only be a partial barrier to others. And for example, a partial barrier to an adult would be a complete barrier to a juvenile fish because they're just not big enough to make the jump. And so these types of things then that we're trying to remedy, the salmon fry, the cutthroat trout, and lamprey need to seek out good habitats. So they need to be able to move within a creek, during the year. So right now in our creek, for example, we have salmon and steelhead that are moving from point to point to seek out better habitat, to seek out food, to seek out cooler temperatures, and they need to have the freedom to do that. But then when they become smolts, they need to be able to travel downstream to get out to the ocean. And then consequently, when they return as adults, they need to get back up into the spawning grounds so they can make more babies. So it's important that these issues be looked at and studied. And so that's why we're doing it. But it's fairly complicated in that it's, can be culverts, can be dams, can be whatever, anything that blocks the flow of those fish. So items to incorporate during planning and construction. So if we think of the big picture, I mean, as an engineer, I'm always trained to, or was trained to talk to the client. The first is to get the big picture of your situation. I mean, explore all the alternatives to crossings. But the first obvious question is, do you really need a crossing? And in some cases, you can reroute a situation or plan the harvest to look at it in a different way. For example, maybe use a skyline system to log over a creek as opposed to building a crossing across it. Or the other thing to think about is the notion of having permanent versus temporary crossings. And then what are those required loads? Do you just need to have a tractor go across, or need to have loaders, processors, log trucks, dump trucks? What loadings do you need to design for? That also would impact the cost of the bridge or the culvert. And then lastly, what type of crossing do you need? Do you need a culvert, or do you need a bridge, or do you need a ford, or do you need a combination? That's been done too. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. So one of the big changes in the private forest accord is that traditionally we would design for 50-year peak flows for the sizing of those culverts. And now they're 100-year peak flows, which is more consistent with other design aspects. And there's also, this has been traditionally true, develop a construction schedule to fit within the in-water work window. And I'll talk about that. ODF requires a written plan for much of this type of work just to make sure it's being done correctly and planned out properly. And type F and SSBT streams, now that we know what those are, the structures must be passable for fish. And then we also need to reflect on the changes to fish passage requirements that are mandated in the new PFA, as well as what's required out there at the site. For example, the types of culverts to be considered, whether stream simulation is required, and I'll talk about that, culvert slopes, minimum widths, etc. So if we talk about vehicular crossings, the simplest, of course, is a ford. And I'll show a picture of that here in a little bit. And they can be temporary or permanent. And they usually have to be gated so that they have infrequent use. And they basically allow the operator to drive through the stream. And then there's culverts, which can be temporary culvert or permanent, or bridges, which can also be temporary or permanent. Again, here's the 2 examples that I was showing you before. Now, this is a great graphic from OFRI, and to talk about different types of temporary crossings. And if they're temporary, as I mentioned, for the project I was involved with there, that was 10 years. That was their definition of temporary. But here we've got very strict definitions of what is considered temporary. So for fish streams, the structure can only be in between July 15th and August 31st, which is for most basins. They may vary across the state, but typically around here, that's usually what's considered in-water work window. And for non-fish streams, they can be installed after June 1st or removed after September 30th for Western Oregon and Eastern Oregon, as you see there. And there's different types of crossings that are temporary. That could be a ford there in the upper left that's just laid down with some type of matting material like wood or concrete planks to allow vehicles to get across. Could be a rock ford. I'll show a picture of that. Could be a log crossing, a culvert in a rock fill, or some sort of temporary bridge like a flat car or something like that, or just wasted precast products. Anything that will allow the conveyance of the vehicle safely, and then in some of these instances to allow for the passage of fish. Now, if we talk about fords in particular, they can only be used during low or no flows. As we mentioned, installed in the dry stream, or you must dewater the stream to get in there so you don't put too much turbidity in it during the construction period. Approaches may not dam the floodplain. It has to be as perpendicular to the stream flow as possible. Bedrock stream bottom is best. Otherwise, try to armor it with rock of appropriate size. And you want to try to minimize the stream velocity to allow the fish to pass through there if they are there. And then no wider than 16 feet, and of course be fish passable. And here's a picture of a ford on a friend of ours' place south of Estacada, but you can see what that looks like with their dog for scale. Now, culverts can be temporary or permanent, as we showed. Now, this is an example of the before or after of the project on Weyerhaeuser property just up the road from us. You can see on the left, the original culvert was a 6-foot diameter complete barrier. You can see that was about a 2-foot jump with a rather steep gradient, and the fish, that was deemed an impassable barrier. The fish could not make it. ODFW never recorded any fish upstream of this culvert. And so then I wrote a grant back in 2022, I think it was, to remove that, and it was funded by ODFW. But you can see the difference in size. Those are approximately to scale. That's what was required now under the new PFA design criteria. Even though the PFA wasn't enforced, I designed it to the requirements at the time just so that we were up to date. But you can see the cost too, $304,000 to install this culvert that was 17 feet wide by 11 foot 2 inches tall versus the original 6-foot diameter culvert. So many of these new projects, the replacements are rather expensive. And then we talk about bridges, another before and after photo. You can see the before, this is our creek, Suter Creek. The original design had 2 6-foot twin culverts side by side. Those were installed in 1964. And they were also a substantial barrier, complete barrier to juveniles and a substantial barrier to adult fish. And then the replacement, I wrote this grant and designed this bridge back in 2016 across the county road that separates our 2 parcel groupings here. And so this was a 27-foot span bridge, precast concrete. So you can see the difference there that it made. Economic considerations for vehicular crossings. For a ford is generally considered to be the most economical, then a round culvert. And for small streams, usually an 18-inch minimum diameter is required, but still designed for the 100-year flood. You can use metal, you can use plastic or concrete varieties of culverts. And now we want to sink the culvert partially into the stream bed to allow a certain level of native gravels for stream simulation, and I'll talk about that. And but the question then becomes, if you have really small culverts, how do you get the gravel in there? That's I have to leave it to the ingenuity of the contractor there. For those bigger culvert that I showed you, it was easy for them to drive a small traco in there to move the gravel in. Rock armor the inlets and outlets to prevent scour and erosion, and align the culvert with the flow direction of the stream as much as practicable. Different types of culverts that are fairly popular. The one that I did here that was the focus of this presentation is called a squash or pipe arch culvert. You can see there. And they're used for stream crossings with low road clearance. Larger bottom offers greater fish passage advantages, and that's why we chose it. And then also there's the bottomless arch culvert. So it's like the squash arch culvert, but doesn't have, or squash or pipe arch culvert, just doesn't have the bottom, so that the edges of that culvert then sit on either a smooth rock base or more commonly a concrete strip footing. So that this usually makes these more expensive than the pipe arch culvert. As I mentioned there, they usually sits on that type of base, but the benefit of this is it leaves the stream bottom undisturbed, but costs more. And then lastly, the bridge is usually the most expensive of all these options. And the ODF requires, and this is a smart requirement, a minimum of at least 3 feet of freeboard or the distance from the projected top of the 100-year flood to the underside of the bridge. And then you can see the abutments there, and then the guardrails, and then the beams or slabs or girders that are used as part of the bridge. Different types of materials. You could build your bridge out of wood. For permanent, of course, it needs to be pressure treated. Beams and girders with some kind of a deck. And then you can also build wood truss bridges, but those are not very common anymore. Pressure treatment must be compatible with the stream so that you're not introducing any toxic chemicals into the water. And then there are rules for that. And then you can also design a temporary log bridge out of wood, and there's generally rules of thumb that loggers use for that. Probably the most common type is precast concrete, and those can be slabs like you see here. This is this bridge between our parcels across the county road. You can see what that looks like. These were 15-inch thick pre-stressed precast concrete slab planks that were 30 inches wide by a company called Pacific Bridge and Construction, a very economical project. They were able to remove those 2 6-foot diameter culverts, install this bridge with paving and guardrails in only 3 weeks. So it's a very fast project to accomplish. If they're usually for spans of 40 to 60 feet, but when you're up to the 60-foot level, you have diminished load capability. And to that point, friends of ours had a bridge installed across Clear Creek. They required a 60-foot span, but at that span, they could not allow for the passage of large processors or loaders. Some of those weigh in excess of 100,000 pounds, and that was not possible at a 60-foot span. But what they did was they used the traditional Ford that they had adjacent to the bridge for the conveyance of those really large vehicles, but they still could design for a standard 72,000-pound truckload, which would allow for log trucks to pass over the bridge. But if you still need a more robust system, a company like Knife River produces these very large precast concrete sections that are used for highway bridges that you can certainly use for private bridges as well.
Can I ask a
And then you can
question?
also use a little precast box. Oh,
We're
go
doing
ahead.
Dave, I don't know if we want them all at the end, but I am not an engineer at all. Do you, when bridges like that are constructed, do you have to go through any permitting with ODOT for weight limits? And do
Good
they make
question.
that final call?
Good question. If it's okay with you, Amanda, I'll defer that slide talking about that. And I think that should address your question. And so also there are cast in place concrete. You don't see this hardly anymore just because of the cost of forming, but the bridges are quite beautiful. Like this, you see this old bridge here that was done back in the 50s. Nice arch type bridge, but again, the cost just really prohibits these types of bridges anymore. You can build them out of structural steel, usually more expensive than wood or precast concrete. And here you got your steel girders, and then they can put some sort of a deck on there, which can be wood or concrete or steel. And then, of course, your traditional steel truss bridges, again, you don't see much anymore just because of the cost. There's also proprietary examples of bridges. For example, you can buy these are bridges that are made and available, Anderson bridges, Bailey bridges, which go all the way back to World War II, or Pioneer bridges. This one here is a nice pedestrian bridge and also for light vehicles. And you can also use a old railroad flat car bridge. This company called the Franklin Corporation down in Lebanon. They refurbish old flat cars, and these are great alternatives for folks that don't want to go the more expensive route. These can get up to about 60 feet long, a typical flat car, but they would also be load limited to some degree. The big deal is that crossings must be maintained over time. And sometimes if you're in beaver country like we are, this is one of the tributaries of our creek. Farther up the creek on industrial forest land property here. Upstream, you can see the beavers plugged the culvert and the water is flowing over the road. And then at high water, that causes a lot of sedimentation, but it also alleviated the fish passage barrier. They plugged the creek, but the water just flew over the creek or flowed over the road, but it scoured it out, but it created a new way for the almost like a vented ford, if you will, or vented culvert if in lieu until the Weyerhaeuser was able to get back in there and unplug those culverts. And bridge materials demand protection, of course, and maintenance. For the new private forest accord, just something to think about that's different is the fish stream culvert width. So as you saw, I had the contractor put a section of the old culvert in front of the new just for comparison here. So when the old culvert was designed under the rules at the time, which was perfectly fine at that time, they only had to design for a 50-year flood. That was traditionally the only criterion in the 1970s. And so this culvert adequately passed the flows that would be expected under a 50-year flood. But now, under the new design criterion, not only is there a 100-year flood design requirement, but then there's what they call the active channel width, which is usually when you look at a creek, what you see that's typically scoured. So where the algae isn't or the moss isn't growing, that's often looked upon when you're surveying a creek as the active channel width. Quantitatively, you consider it as a 2-year return interval approximately of your water flows. And so now culverts have to be designed for the active channel width times 1.2 plus an additional 2 feet. So on this creek, which is a sister creek of ours called Little Eagle Creek, the active channel width was 12 feet. So you multiply that by 1.2, add 2 feet, and then round up a little bit. And that gave me my 17-foot width that was required for the culvert. And with the 11-foot 2-inch rise, that really could pass a 1,300-year flood. So what I'm seeing now is that a 100-year flood, in many cases, doesn't really control. It's the active channel width that really controls the design of these culverts, and it can easily pass a 100-year flood. But you can see the difference in the size of the culvert. Now, the other thing that we need to do these days, which wasn't required in the past, is to put stream simulation material or the native gravels, if you can get them, into the culvert so that it's rough and as complex as the creek, both upstream and downstream of the culvert. So what we do is we do a pebble count, which is the fancy way of saying you walk up the stream and a little ways when you're beyond the influence of the culvert, you measure, you close your eyes, you pick a rock up and you measure it and you graph it and you see what kind of rocks you have in the stream. And then you try to mimic that in your culvert. And you can see for round culverts, you want to fill them at least 30 to 50%. And for pipe arch culverts, 15 to 30%. With the stream simulation material or the native gravels, if you can get them. Otherwise, you have to purchase them from off-site. But you have to account for this when you size the culvert to make sure that after you fill it with the gravels, that it can still pass the required flow. So that's something that needs to be considered. But again, for the larger culverts, this is fairly easy to accomplish. In our case, when they did the construction, I'll show you a picture of this. The contractor was able to get this material right from the seam of the stream side material. So that worked out really well. Offering other good graphics, things that need to be considered, culvert installation problems on the left. If they're too narrow, they can cause erosion, which isn't good. If they're installed too steep on the upper left there, they can fill in and cause problems. If they're too high or too narrow, they can cause undercutting of the bank, which causes additional sedimentation and erosion. Or we don't want them too wide either. We don't want to dispose of excess material there to allow that material to get into the creek. So only as wide as you really need to be to pass the traffic. And then also to think about the fish, the graphic on the right. We don't want the culvert too narrow so that the water velocity is too fast. The fish can't swim that can't negotiate that rule of, or that speed of water. And then the water can't be too shallow so that, the fish need to get enough propulsion to get up the creek. And then there needs to be a pool at the bottom or the bait downstream end of the culvert to allow the fish to jump from, or the culvert can't be too high so that they have to be able to get up in there. So in the case of our Little Eagle Creek culvert, that did not have a jump pool, and it was also too high. So they had a double whammy there. They weren't able to negotiate that. Plus, it was fairly long. It was close to 60 feet long. Now, here's a picture of that site, that Little Eagle Creek site with the culvert I was showing with you. And so this work was done during the in-water work window when the late summer flows are low to reduce the impact to the cell-mounted migration and rearing. And again, that time frame will vary from basin to basin potentially, so you need to verify that with ODF and ODFW. But you can see here the amount of area that's required to replace the culvert. So you see we've got 2 large track hoses and a smaller one. You can see that the smaller one's preparing the gravel base for the culvert, the pipe arch culvert that we're putting in there. You've got a dewatering pump there to keep water out of that area. You've got the temporary stream diversion through a 36-inch diameter temporary culvert, which is under the dirt there. And so it's a large area that needs to be worked in order to put a culvert in. So we need to think about that when you're planning a design, that it's not just the area it's directly above or adjacent to the culvert, but you need to think about these things. And ODF and ODFW's approval is required for constructing a road crossing where the material might enter water from logging activities, conducting machine activity in these types of streams, or installing a stream crossing with fills over 15 feet deep in riparian management areas. All those things want to be written up in your plan. And sometimes, for example, if you're not doing logging roads where ODF is not the only party involved, Division of State Lands or the Corps of Engineers may be required for any permit work. So for example, that county bridge that I designed, I had to get permits from these folks as well because it was a public road and it was a bridge. And then also if you're building a bridge, let's say our family had a access bridge, was not a logging road. In that case, you may need a permit from your a local permitting authority, in our case, like Clackamas County. So when I've done projects for other folks around here when I was working, we had to get a permit from the county for their bridges where they were accessing their residents. So in essence, it's always good to check with agencies prior to starting the design of a project and make sure you got all your I's dotted and your T's crossed. And so otherwise delays could be incurred. And, regarding Amanda's question regarding loadings, typically the bridges are designed for logging roads for 72,000 pound load as a minimum. And that'll handle most log trucks. And that's typically what is actually required for most private bridges as well. But when you get into these larger bridges like the county bridges and whatnot, they're required to be designed for larger loads. And also all bridges are designed to be required for a simultaneous, what they call a lane load. And so it's kind of complicated, but the bottom line is that 72,000 pounds is usually the minimum. And like I say, can handle a log truck. But for the larger equipment, you really want to think about that. And that also brings to the point of the notion of temporary or permanent. The landowner should be given the opportunity to think about what the cost differences are between temporary and permanent bridges. So, I mean, if you're going to spend the effort and the time to put in a temporary bridge for one logging show, it may make more sense to make it permanent unless there's some other overriding reasons that you want it out of there. And so anyway, this is something that you really want to spend some time thinking about when you're contemplating putting a stream crossing in, whether it's to be temporary or permanent again, or whether it's to be a bridge, a culvert, or ford, and what type of loads that you need to be designed for. Now, again, I won't spend much time here because Josh did a great job, but to help offset the costs of these things these days, we've got the S-Fish program as a great example, and that's set up to improve fish passage and to mitigate risks to the natural resources arising from forest roads. And of course, these projects were done prior to SFIsh. So the one on the left was done with a grant from PGE, and the one on the right, as I mentioned before, a grant from ODFW. But nonetheless, they were grant funded and would not have happened otherwise. SFIsh requirements, as Josh pointed out, you need to be a small forest landowner, and you need to complete a road condition assessment. So that's us there, although we have not filed a grant yet for SFIsh. SFIsh is intent, and unless things have changed, is to fund replacements of culverts or fords that are no longer functioning, abandoned road repairs that prevent sediment delivery and improve fish passage, or remediation of roads with perch fill. And lastly, references for further reading. In my opinion, probably the best publication out there is the one that Forestry does. It has done for many years, Oregon's Forest Practices, Laws, and Illustrated Manual. The new version, which is available as free as a PDF right now for download, is the one I have, and I think they're coming out in the near future with the hard copy. And Julie can talk to that. And then there's also a great book by OSU Extension that's been around for a while, but it's a great, like I say, reference to learn about road building, managing woodland roads. And then ODF also put up a good publication just earlier this year, avoiding roads in critical locations. That just kind of goes to the point of thinking about, can you do other alternatives before putting a road or a road in a riparian area or road crossing, if you can avoid it. It saves you money potentially and potential hassles. So with that, I open it up for any questions. Amanda, did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I guess the crux of my question is really, is there any public entity that has to come out and verify the weight load and the weight limit? Yes, we design bridges to a certain standard, but is there any verification or sort of audit of that to ensure that that is correct?
No. So, and the short answer is no, but what I usually do, I didn't take a picture of it, or I didn't present it, but I took a picture of it for the culvert design. This one you see in this ending slide, is I had a fully loaded dump truck drive over and park over this top of the culvert. I just measured the deflection of the top of the culvert just to see if it was within design specs, and certainly it was. And the design loaded dump truck was way more than even what you would see riding down the road. It was probably pushing 90,000 pounds. So it was definitely handling any kind of traffic that this culvert would see. So that's certainly something that the engineers in tandem with the owner and the contractor could do. But usually nobody does that.
Okay.
I
just wasn't sure.
Yeah, that's a good question. Any other questions?
Will you share this with us, Dave?
Yeah, I sent a PDF of it to Heather and
Awesome.
Wendy this morning, so you guys can use it at your however you like. Yeah, it's something that I thought was important because I give this class, as Glenn knows, every so often at the tree school, and I always get a lot of questions about these types of things. Because Oregon rains a lot. We got a lot of crossings, and people need to deal with them. And how do you smartly deal with it so that it makes your life easier, but you don't make the stream worse than any worse. And I think there's been a lot of strides, as we've seen, to make it better. And SFIsh is just one of those things that's going to really, I think, pay big dividends.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Amanda, I do think where yours is coming in is when people then have to get permits to haul
Or waivers.
or weight bearing, and then companies can submit that data to ODOT when it's been engineered.
Yeah.
So it can be in the computer to allow those permittings.
Yeah.
That's like a voluntary that you submit it, so you can get the permit to haul over those.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of updates to those, especially on checkerboard properties, and it's causing a lot of issues for operators, just bridges and weight limits. And so I just wasn't sure in this case kind of how that is dealt with, but I know that even like emergency vehicles are having issues and basically, more or less breaking the law. When they go over bridges that have a weight limit that doesn't allow for emergency vehicles and loaded fire trucks, things like that.
And I would presume these are publicly owned bridges where these restrictions are coming in, not. private.
Yeah, but like the county, but there are situations where there's county roads, like Dave mentioned, or access roads, right?
100%,
And so, anyways, I just sure.
That's an excellent point, actually. And as I was talking about access to residences where you would want to get your county permit or city or wherever your jurisdiction you're in, the fire marshal will weigh in on that to make sure that that load is designed to pass the necessary fire apparatus. But generally that HL 93 or that 72,000 pound point load or axle loads with the lane load will suffice for that. But they just have to make sure that that's done because, some people just don't do that. And that's to their detriment if they want to have a fire put out at their place. There was a project up the road from us where somebody had a bridge and it was not up to spec and there was a fire and the fire truck could not get there. And they just said, well, that's sorry, we can't put your fire out. So, it wound up costing the owner a lot more had they done it right in the first place.
Questions, comments? It's really, really interesting, Dave. It's so interesting. Seeing all your technical expertise, we're often seeing the tip of the iceberg on it. That was really impressive and interesting.
I have one other question maybe for Dave. So with the active channel width, I'm hearing the same thing from our members that's really going to be what drives the size of the culverts, not the 100-year peak flow. And with the addition of the embedment, I've started to ask operators whether or not they feel there's adequate infrastructure and sourcing opportunities for these large open bottom culverts and the pipe arch culverts and things like that at the sizes that are going to be required moving forward, along with that native material where you don't have a plugged culvert where you can allow that native material to fill in. And if you don't have a lot of material there, you can't get it from a different stream or a different location and bring it over. So if somebody has to go and acquire that material, those pebbles and rocks. I've been asking people, well, where do you get that from? And are there adequate sources of that? And I haven't gotten a ton of really good, information from folks. It sounds like there might be more moving of culverts, like you said, kind of that temporary where you put one in and it's expensive and actually we don't need that road anymore and it gets moved, more on industrial lands than on small forest lands. But what is your perspective, Dave, on the kind of the sourcing of some of these larger culverts and required materials?
Yeah, those are good questions. Regarding the culverts, just one name you might want to pass on if they're not aware of it. There's a company called Contex, so that's CONTECH, and they're one of the largest culvert suppliers in the country. And they make culverts up to 50 feet wide, so at least maybe even more now. But they're, I would say that the culvert size now is not really a constraint, but what is a constraint regarding the culverts is time frame. And so, for example, in this case, it was a fast track job because of the funding mechanism and the in-water work period, and coupled with how do we get these materials quickly. And so fortunately, we're able to get the culvert material, I think it was in 12 weeks. And so that was considered pretty good. Yeah. And because the materials had to come from either Tennessee or Kentucky, so I can't remember, they had to be trucked here. And so that's an excellent point, that when you're looking at these projects, you need to plan ahead. Also they have to be done during in-water work periods, so don't expect to, have an operation unless the material just happens to be on site from another job or whatever. But for these larger culverts, so these are all bolted into place, by the way. So I didn't show pictures, but I made a video. And what I could do is I'll link Wendy with the video, because it is fascinating. I put together a time lapse of how these culverts are constructed so that people can see the amount of effort. And so that's the first point regarding culvert size is yes, they are available to quite wide widths, but the time frame may be the constraint. Now, regarding the native materials, what I've found, and this isn't always the case, but I think if you do a little looking at the project site, because creeks move historically, over millennia, right? You will find deposits of the native gravels within that vicinity. And because the culverts now have to be wider than what they used to be, we came across such a situation, for example, on this Little Eagle Creek, as well as some other sites where we were able to get the appropriate size gravels that we needed and utilized in there. Now, if that opportunity doesn't present itself, the other option, I'm not sure about, for example, down in Salem or other parts of Oregon, but because of the amount of stream restoration work that's done up here in the Clackamas River Basin, Estacado rock is a very prime source of round rock material that's used for stream simulation as well as spawning gravels and this sort of stuff. So you'd want to try to find a quarry that's able to sift and segregate round rock. You can't use crushed rock. It's got to be round rock or native rock. And so that's something. And there may be a market now developing because of the stream simulation requirement. Like anything else, if there's a public policy that requires something, a market will develop. So there may be other quarries in the future that will be able to provide that in closer to a job site. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, no, I agree. There's definitely people out there, and I think a market will be created, but it's what is the lag time, right?
Yeah.
On that, and if there's a limited amount of people to source, these culverts from and things, and as more people are doing their RCAs and doing the FRIA, and I've been encouraging operators to diversify into the road maintenance and road building space if they have not already. Because there is a lot of work, and we saw that in Washington, that when they passed their forest and fish rules up there, that there were, significantly large companies that were created to do this work. But yeah, that material side, I just feel like there's going to be a lag, and I've heard that from some operators. And the timing piece that you said is, I think, correct. We'll definitely get that.
I think that
the timing.
so the biggest hit for supplies was actually after the Labor Day fires, because we had such a massive orders for replacements. So I've heard that it's finally kind of getting back to normal orders. So just fingers crossed we don't have those type of events so people can focus on that. But I think that goes back to a part of what Josh was saying. If someone doesn't know they're getting this grant and they're not ordering culverts and they get the grant, and it takes up to a year maybe before they get their supplies, that's part of, again, that you're on over a several year tax situation before your materials and your availability. And the other piece of that is that in work window is if you also are waiting on a grant and you don't hit the in-work window that 1 year, you also have to wait over, and the amount of people that are available, because everybody has to do that work at the same time. So I think there is going to be a squeeze on just the availability of contractors and supplies to meet grant deadlines.
Yeah.
I'm wondering,
I was going to say I
if you
could
could
follow
remind
up.
us sorry, go ahead, Dave.
I was going to say I could follow up on Julie's comments there. After the Riverside fire, and this is a point that's worth thinking about, is that a lot of the culverts that were damaged in the fire were plastic. And so it behooves those folks, I think they learned a lesson. Plastic, there's a lot of advantages to plastic, of course, but the downside is our increasing wildfires. And so it makes one think that maybe we should look more toward concrete or steel as culverts where that will lend itself. And then the second thing is the let's see, plastic. Oh yeah, is that you can also, if allowed, approach ODFW about getting an in-water work extension. So for this project here, because of the time lag of because of the way ODF worked in getting the grant and then getting the call, because couldn't order anything until we knew we were gonna get the money. And then the 12-week lag time with the culvert fabrication, and then the actual construction, which took a couple of weeks to do this. We asked ODFW for in-water work extension, which they granted. And so, like I say, in the past, let's say the in-water work window ends August 31st, we're able to get an extension through the end of September for this particular project, just because of the species of fish that may be present in this creek. And so it will vary from basin to basin and creek to creek, but certainly that's a valid question to ask ODFW if your back's to the wall and it's not, and your culvert grant isn't going to be extended, you're between a rock and a hard place. The other option is to extend that in-water work window.
I was going to ask you a question, Josh, because I couldn't remember some of the things about the SFISH grants. So the money comes up front, right, first, and then I was curious about the built-in timelines and like talking about all these logistics. And also I'm curious, like, to what extent are landowners receiving assistance on integrating all these considerations?
Yeah, great questions. I'll try and address all of them. So in terms of the upfront, yes, the program has the ability to provide advanced payments. Now it'll only be incremental, right? We're not $400,000 grant. We're not gonna write a check for $400,000 up front. But so there'll be sideboards to that. There'll be processes associated with that. Of course, they can still do reimbursement based too. That's an option, but I imagine a lot of folks will want to go down the path of advanced payment to get some cash on hand to get the ball rolling, right? In terms of timelines, I mean, sure, we're gonna put an end date on these grants. I haven't completely chewed on that and as much as I need to. I'm imagining these are going to be probably by default a 2-year time frame. The one nice thing is with the way the SFISH program works, the way the law was written, once that money is appropriated by the legislature, we move it into its own account, into its own fund that is disconnected from that biennial cycle. So we are not restricted to having to try and cram all this into that biennial cycle. So we have much more flexibility there. And trust me, we will have to use that. On some of the more straightforward projects, I can see them getting done in, say, a 12-month time frame, right? But probably most of them, I would imagine they're going to take more than a year for everything to come together. And in terms of kind of support to the landowner, to kind of make all of these things line up, the primary mechanism for them to do that is to use the SFISH funds to hire, basically a project manager. So now, will the program provide support? Yes, we'll provide some support. We'll help them navigate certain things, direct them to certain entities that may be able to help them. But in terms of the program itself, no, we don't have the capacity to do project management. We're just, we're really providing the funds, right? And some technical assistance, but it's more of, go hire someone to help you through the overall development and implementation of this project, and the program will pay, the funds pay for that. So go do that. That's really what we expect. There even are some addition, there are some specifications within the grant agreement that for most, if not all the projects, it's requiring them to hire a licensed engineer to at least do the design, but also to their stages of, hey, you need to have someone make these kind of checks along the way to ensure that what's being done is appropriate and all those things. But yes, they will have the funds available to go hire someone to help them. And that's what really the program is encouraging. And maybe we are going to have scenarios where that's what we actually even just straight up require. You need to hire, a consultant, an engineer, a forestry consultant, whatever it may be to take you all the way through. So we don't expect there are going to be some capable landowners out there, right, that can probably handle this and want to do it themselves and are willing to do it. But I don't know what percentage of them will want to even do it. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, thanks. Other questions? I'll turn it back to you, Dave, to close out or make your final comments if you are pretty much done.
Well, I have nothing else to present other than, if folks have questions after you think of stuff, just give me a call or send me an email. Happy to help out. But I think, the people are trying to do the right thing with these new requirements, but I think as we learn more, things may change subtly over time. But in the nutshell, what have we done that we haven't done before? We're making the culvert more transparent to the fish, right? Or the fish crossing, the road crossing, so that the fish now, it looks like they're entering a dense tree canopy when it gets dark. But other than that, it looks like any part of the creek if you look at this picture. And so that's the idea. And it's going to be accomplished to varying degrees. So with that, I'll stop sharing my screen.
Great, thanks so much.
Thanks.
Our next item is a break. We're a little bit ahead of time. How about we take a break, 15-minute break, so we get back like at 10 of? We'll see you all then. Thanks. Hi, everyone. Bringing us back into centralized order here after a nice conversation, and exciting news from you.
Oh, yeah.
Open publication. So, Julie.
Yeah, so Wendy and I got a note from Heather, asked if I give an update on the illustrated manual. And Heather, I sent you the link, we'll share online for those online can go to it. I think many of you know OFRI's been doing an illustrated manual, the forest protection laws of OFPA for over 20 years now. And going back 20 years, I was first starting with OFRI. And there was a lot of conversation whether it was an ODF or an OFRI project to do. And at that time, and what we still find is we're very close in partnership with ODF on the project. But OFRI, since we're not the regulator, we can interpret the rules and help people understand them along with putting best practices. But we certainly do this in step with ODF. And so when the private forest accord, and we knew it was going to be a major change, we actually started assimilating a team in January of 2023, taking a look at what we'd like to do as the major rule changes were taking place. And so we went out to landowners, worked with a lot of our groups and stewardship foresters and others who use the manual on a pretty regular basis. And so a part of that was preparing that if over the last 20 years, we had just been adding when minor changes in the laws happen, we would add that into the book when we had revisions. So the appendix had gotten a little bit of a hodgepodge because on a 200-page book, not trying to recreate it. But this was our opportunity. We knew we were going to kind of need to redo the whole book. And so one of the major things we did for this round was we actually laid out the book by chapters. And so that was a really big change, but also afforded us the opportunity to hire professionals who had a lot of expertise in some of those different areas. So, for example, in riparian, where we know we'd have major changes along with some of the other chapters. So we hired, OFRI hired through our communications contractor, Kaywood, different professionals to take on those chapters to really dig into the rules and to work with the professionals at ODF, the experts, to interpret those. And so, as you all know, those went into effect in January, but not all the protocols and all the rules were necessarily finalized. And so the really big conversation came about of when do we go to print? Because this is a really big and heavy and expensive book, and we wanted to make sure we were pretty shelf ready. And so at the beginning of this year, it became pretty clear that we wanted to take a version out that we could then get input, public comment before we went to a final print. And so this digital version, I'm happy to pass along. I think many of you have seen it. So the digital version did come out on April 29th and then went through a 30-day public comment period. We didn't get very many official comments. We got quite a few, just people had my email address and said what they thought. A lot of it was really positive. We also provided the opportunity again, the ODF, and it was a major input time for all ODF employees to give all their input. And I think we received a couple hundred comments from different ODF employees providing into that. And so that was a great opportunity for us to be able to kind of go into another update at this time. And then as these other rules are being finalized by the Board of Forestry, we're also being able to include that. So for example, the tethered logging and the other things. So our goal is to have it in hopefully a phase that we'll be able to go to print late this year and then have it available early next year. When you think about like in February, we start to go to a lot of conferences and different things, but really the intent with it is just, the laws are complex, but it's also really important for landowners, contractors, everyone that works within forestry to help understand them. And so that's part of what this goal of this publication has always been, is to help take really complex topics and make them understandable for the public. We also are very clear that it does not replace the rules, nor does it replace what stewardship foresters and SFO foresters can help you And so you see us refer to those a lot throughout and trying to give that idea that this is kind of like the textbook to help you understand it, but you certainly still need professionals and should always check with the rules. As the rules sometimes update when things happen. So we always try and be in step with that as well. So that's kind of our timeline. If anyone has any suggestions, we're always continually, and especially until about October, we're really happy to take comments. Please don't wait until about December, January. That'll be harder, but anywhere right now. And the chapter that we're doing most of the revision on this time is on roads. So those of you that might know Jeff Weimer, he was an OSU professor. Eric will probably remember Jeff well. He's a consultant now and has helped us with the roads. So that was, we were waiting for a lot of protocols for that chapter. So Dave's presentation kind of fed in well that we had a lot of great things in roads, but we knew we needed some more updates. So that one will be the one we see the most change between the version that's out now and the final version will be the roads chapter. And as most know, that there's a lot of technical things that got updated in the roads rules. So happy to take any questions, or Wendy, if there was anything else you'd like to. I didn't prepare a formal presentation like Dave, but just wanted to give an update. So happy to answer any questions.
I can hardly put it down, but it's really an impressive document. So, and I know people have said how eager they are for it to come out, so that's great news, but, do people have thoughts about it?
The interactive PDF is fantastic.
Thank you. That was a big goal too, with the update is that we also brought on a contractor to make it that. We've had discussions of an app, but it's hard right now for the price of that to kind of weigh our usual users with would they use an app for the cost of what that would be. So we wanted to go the interactive PDF was how we kind of came to the middle ground of that. So thanks, Eric. Rick?
Yeah, thanks. I think it's really great, and I applaud everybody and all the effort. And I'd like to hear a little bit about how Extension and ODF plans to start using this, or at least getting it out into folks' hands. Can anybody help me on that?
So I'll note that we worked really closely with Jennifer Ward and then now Mike, who's a trainer at ODF. And so I think we can it's probably a great timing for going in this fall to develop more of a marketing and outreach plan. And I think it's a good reminder. So thanks, Rick. I'd encourage us to continue doing more of that type of outreach. Because as we've seen, as ODF's gone out to do outreach, it'd probably be useful sometimes to have some more of these graphics for, the outreach, make those available. But I don't know if any trainers are on the call or any. So Mike, you might have thoughts on it.
Glenn wants to talk, but typically how we usually get these manuals out when it gets in the final print here, we usually, I don't know how many we order from you guys, but we'll give several boxes to each district office, and they're actually available at the district offices in addition to all the trainings that we typically have. We've already had people requesting these. They're not even printed yet. We got people asking for it. We hand them the paper copy of the rules. They go, I don't want that. I want the coloring book. I'm like, I don't have it yet. So, yeah, we distribute in our offices. We distribute it. I think some of the stewards and foresters actually bring several copies with them in their vehicles and hand them out. The trainings definitely. I'm trying to think of where else we go. Like any trainings in conjunction with you guys. I don't know what Glenn does, but that's typically how we get these out to everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we use them in several different ways. I mean, obviously, it's just a great reference when people call or inquire, kind of one-on-one consultation. I refer them to the appropriate sections of the manual. And then when we do any kind of a workshop or an event, again, pertinent sections might be important. Of course, it's best we have the big book when it's out and we just get boxes of them and hand them out. to any landowner, because everyone ought to have one if they're doing forest operations or forest practices on their land. There's a higher level where I haven't done this yet. I've just kind of seen how things play out as far as more formal training events, education events. But I know my colleagues, Norma Klein, and I think Alicia Christensen and Lauren Grand down there in Southern Oregon and the coast. You know, they've actually worked with you all, various experts, and done, you know, field training events, kind of OSU extension style, fairly in depth, and are trying to fine tune how we might develop those kinds of programs around, particularly, you know, the new rules. But we've done it around other rules besides these new ones as well, you know, where they come up. So yeah, there's a lot of potential. This book is always one of the best, you know, references that we have. I frequently just clip illustrations and images from it when I want to give a presentation. If I'm talking about, you know, a basic reforestation presentation, you know, the illustrations are really useful. So using the kind of page by page images are also really useful, and, you know, excerpts from the illustrated manual. So yeah, wide variety of ways we can use it. And in part, we need to huddle when we're planning a particular, you know, training opportunity or workshop for landowners, that kind of thing.
And I'm assuming that in the interim, while it's not that, I mean, this is probably also at every ODF and extension office too, the updated resources guide, because, you know, the back page makes sure that you've got at least a very quick way to access the digital one. And, you know, 9,000 other resources that are in here too. So just a pitch from, this is available right this moment. So that's something good to have boxes and boxes up to.
Is that also over? I couldn't see that out.
It's the resources for family forest landowners.
Oh, right. Oh, the partnership, right. Yeah.
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 Yeah, and
The updated version.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah.
yeah, and I'll also note,
Rick,
Rick have other, go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, thanks. You know, I think it would be really great if we could have a road show with this as a centerpiece of the topic, that is something that we can all calendar and start sending people to. You know, it could be a standalone thing. It could be a couple hours. It could be a field thing, but it would be really great if everyone that worked on this could coordinate and get some things on the calendar. And it could be the same program. Just a thought.
Thanks, Rick.
I haven't looked at it yet, except for admire the pictures on the road section, but is there a section that says these are the substantial changes and these are the pages where you can read about those in the due to the accord changes in the practices rules?
We didn't do that necessarily because we wanted it to stand the test of time.
Mhm.
And so I think one of the things we highlighted though is SFO. So those are color coded. And so knowing that that's, you know, SFO is all new in that sense of a different. I mean, the other really big difference is, and this is what made it more complicated, is this is the first time you have to self-select if you're east side, west side, small landowner, large landowner. And so you had to almost do this dichotomous key, which that in itself completely changes how it's laid out than before. And so we didn't want to put any, like this was the old rule and this is the new rule, because we just wanted, here's the rules. But I think if it distinguishes pretty quickly just in that sense, because before all the rules were the same for every landowner. And so this really shows a difference for depending on where you're at. And what's just kind of an interesting side note. So when Oregon was the first to do these, an illustrated manual, Washington then asked for permission to use ours to develop. There's a Washington illustrated manual, but as many of you know, Washington had rules for fish that we didn't until the private forest corps. So then we went back to Washington to ask if we could use their illustrations. And we happened to hire the same illustrator that Washington had. And so that also allowed us, Washington gave us full rights to all of that. And so that was also really helpful. I just wanted to note that, a lot of times, I think now for our landowners who work in both Oregon and Washington and contractors and things, that was also one of our goals, was to get it a little more similar. So if someone's working in either book, it would also have some similarities. And so that was another part that drew us to go to chapters, is because that's how Washington had set theirs up. And so now there's things they're liking that we did. So it's kind of an also, just in that we did try and partner to look and see what are things they incorporated that we brought down. So I think they're closer now aligned than what we've seen in the past.
There are 2 pages in the introduction dedicated to the private forest accord as well. In the manual.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. We do talk in the introduction about what is the private forest accord and what's the HCP. So we talk about like what were those major changes and certainties and why they did it. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. We have a few minutes. Is Ben by any chance on?
It is.
I am. Hello.
Oh, thank you. We'll turn to you then for the Board of Forestry update. Welcome, Ben. Thanks for being here.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me and allowing me to sort of jump in and out. Yeah, happy to be here. Nice to see you all again. I don't have too much new and exciting, I feel like, that's been happening to update you on since I saw most all of you fairly recently. Briefly, an update on the vision document is there isn't really much update. So for those of you who didn't follow the last Board of Forestry meeting, we submitted our quote draft to DAS and the governor's office that was required. That was sort of the working draft that we had at the time. And all agreed that the subcommittees can continue to work and refine that vision document. And we received a ton of phenomenal feedback, and I think I would really put the CFF's feedback towards the top of that list of being very constructive and useful and helpful feedback, as was a bunch of the other public comment that we got on that. So that was all well taken and helpful, and I'm looking forward to hopefully getting the subcommittee convened here fairly soon in July. I'm hoping to try to incorporate all that feedback, because I think some of that was quite pointed and useful and constructive, and looking forward to finishing off at least the first half of the vision document to make it as robust and all-encompassing as possible. So that's about all I have to report on the vision document. Happy to field any follow-up questions or clarifications or comments on the vision process before I jump onto a couple other topics.
I was thinking about, Amanda gave us a little bit of a briefing, which is consistent with what you're saying, but she also mentioned the strategies and the plan for jumping into specific, I think the matrix or something, maybe underneath the initial document.
Like the metrics and the measure.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that next step.
And do you have a sense of when, when you'll start honing in on that?
Not really. That I think is I'm chuckling because I haven't been around ODF and the state government nearly as long as many of you folks in the room, but this is sort of the way things go, and it's not always great. But the second half, let's call it the second half of this project, is, I think, really going to be led by staff and the departments, and not so much led by the board, because it's really more operational than it is vision. And the board is really the leader and keeper of the vision more so than the implementation of all of that. So my understanding and trust and hope is that the staff and the departments will continue to work on this over the second half of 2024. It is my intention to help however I can to see that work through, because that is the critical second half of this project. The first half is no good if there isn't the second half. So, but I don't have much more to tell you than that, besides that's the intent.
That makes sense to me, and I didn't mean to put anyone on the spot by mentioning
okay.
the timing. I was just curious about the progression, you know, and when,
Yeah.
say, you know, who's doing what next, and you're saying that's partly more department project to put, which makes perfect sense, actually. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Yeah, and Ben, this is Amanda. I think my understanding is that at the next board meeting, you guys are gonna vote on that first half of the project and finalize the goals and the strategies in the vision. And then the second part, which is kind of outlined in the board report, agenda item for it, is that entities like CFF, you know, is specifically named in there. And it's the metrics and objectives, that's the right term. For that second part will be basically engaged to help develop that, along with other committees and key stakeholders and partners. But that's good to know that from your understanding, that's going to be a little bit more agency driven.
Absolutely.
Less maybe interaction with the board.
Yeah. I'm interested in keeping up. I have become fairly invested in this project and am interested in keeping tabs on how this is going. I think one little point of clarification is exactly where the strategies lie, in whether if we're going to call it the first half and the second half. I think the draft that we have to date includes a lot of strategies, but I really see those as placeholders, and I think there's work to do there after September, and we get the first half approved. Continue to sort of flesh out those strategies and actions and metrics and all the subsequent work. Yeah, but my hope is that we will approve this in September, but our subcommittee has not scheduled a meeting yet, and that needs to happen. So I'm hoping that will happen in July. So yeah, so that's the update on that. But just a huge thank you to all of you for the feedback in the last meeting and your written comments, and those were great and were really helpful. Two other topics that I'm curious just to get folks' feedback on have to do with fire. So first of all, one of the agenda items at the last board meeting was an update on the hazard map rollout, and was just curious if just to take the temperature of all of you on the current, if anybody's even following the hazard map process and that work, and if there's any thoughts or feedback on how that process is unfolding and if it's heading in the right direction. I think again in September going to hopefully approve the updated hazard map and language. So yeah, I was just curious if anybody in this room is following that process and if there was any feedback on that.
Well, I'll say that I think there are a lot of landowners following it. I think the last time it came out, it kind of pushed this whole of us realizing that landowners that were losing their insurance due to fire hazard didn't really understand that insurance companies have these maps anyway, but it was just kind of the thing to blame for it. So I know we're continuing getting calls of people frustrated with not having insurance due to the hazards. And I do think it's about communication and talking about, you know, the advantage of it. If you are on this map, then there might be programs and things that you can get assistance with. And so I don't know if that full package is being communicated in that sense. And then I have, you know, I think it's also because there's several agencies involved. I haven't really seen a communications plan of who's going to take the lead on that. And if it's ODF, then there's some concern that you just reduced half of your public relations office before some major rollouts of some big programs. And so I think, to me, I would say, is there a communications plan and who's leading it? And what are those messages we all could be helping you to discern?
Absolutely. No, and I don't have clear answer for that, but that's good feedback. And I mean, I think just briefly, you know, ODF and OSU and State Fire Marshal are having these sessions, info sessions around the state right now in the high hazard areas that are unfolding at, you know, right now, which I think came out of the sort of bungling of the first go around.
Yeah.
But yes, education and communication is really important there because, Julie, as you said, there is not a connection between the state hazard map and insurance rates, but that is an easy line to draw for people who don't understand how that bigger system works.
Well, I think to add on to what Julie said, the constant repetition of that is going to be really important because the people that have heard that message have kind of heard it, whether they like it or not. But even as we've seen where there are folks that still find that the PFA is new information to them, and that's even longer, you know, I think that however often things can be articulated and re-articulated and re-articulated, even though the people doing the articulation are sick of doing it, I think that knowing that that's going to be a need, that there will always be people who haven't heard.
Yeah.
And that learning from last time is really important, kind of knowing what some of those touch points, those flash points are going to be for people and being prepared with responses ahead of time so that it's not reactive. It's actually very proactive in terms of how that information gets out there.
That makes so such sense to me because in my mind, I can't really recite. Say if I wanted to say to someone, this is why for you as a small landowner, this map's going to be useful and what it's going to bring to you. Like I can't articulate that, but that would be a helpful thing to have as just a soundbite to give to people to say, actually, it's not linked into insurers. This is why this is eventually a good expenditure of state energies and how it will help you.
Yeah. No, that's helpful. I'll go ahead.
Yeah, Amanda with AOL. I was just gonna say for our members that do own land that reach out to me on those topics, the one big question that I've been getting is people want more information on what the appeal process looks like and whether or not they can appeal both their WUI designation and their hazard designation or just one or the other. Because you have to fall into both, right? High hazard and WUI to have the regulations applied to your property. Now, if you just fall into the high hazard and maybe not WUI or more rural, maybe that provides more opportunity for you to not have additional regulations, but maybe apply for additional grant monies. So there's going to be different situations that different people fall into, and whether or not they agree with those, people kind of realize, well, you know, they may not feel or rightly so, you know, have a lot of power in where this is heading, but they want to know what can they do about it after the final map comes out if they feel like they've been miscategorized. And like who's making those decisions? What does that process look like? There's a lot of kind of questions around that.
Yeah.
And almost like where is there an advantage? Where's the advantage to appealing versus not appealing, and what it almost feels, and I don't know, because I have a certain point that the fire stuff is like, and hazards are just like, it's more than I can handle some days. so what I'm not sure what relationship Ofri has to some of this, because I'm thinking the illustrated manual makes some of this clear, and there are great diagrams and charts and illustrations that somehow gentle some of it, because it's hard to take some of that and anything that's legal sounding, it's hard to take it in sometimes. And there is something that's very appealing about the illustrated version of things that makes it so much more accessible. So I don't know if that would be a good partnership possibility.
Well,
or if you want more.
Well, I would say the challenge is that a landowner, and this is what we got a lot the first round, is a landowner who's done a lot of work on their property is still going to be at a landscape level in a hazard area. And landowners are so focused on, I've done a lot of work, why do you put me in this category? And we try to explain, you're going to be in an area because your area is landscape. They didn't do individual houses. And that's going to be, I think, such an important part of the conversation is this is landscape level. And that's where people want to appeal is like, but I've just invested all this in my property. And we see that, you know, in the projects that we're doing, but that doesn't matter. Like what you've done on your property is really important. But then that map says you're just looked at a landscape level. And so there's this balance where we're telling landowners to go out and do this work and this mitigation, but it's not going to get them off the map because it's mapped at a landscape level. And so I think, Ben, that's part of this really challenge is helping landowners understand that.
This is Teresa. I'm a member of the public. And I think that's where it's super important to make the distinction between wherever Oregon is doing these maps versus insurance companies. And I don't know that there's a whole lot of assumption of goodwill. And that makes everything harder. I mean, I hear things like, oh, they just want to take our land and make us all live in the city. And I mean, folks aren't being all that exaggerated when they say that. How accurate it is, you know, whatever, but there are folks that are seriously afraid of that and unhappy and seeing all the downsides of these mappings. So your thing on what's the soundbite on how is this helpful, but also always separating, you can have an insurer come out and see what you've done on your land. But really distinguish between those insurers
and I think that Teresa's points are really good. I think right now there is a sense from a lot of small landowners of feeling kind of suspicious, I mean, there have been so many hits, one right after another in terms from, you know, changes in some of the rules and regulations, some of the post-disturbance salvage rulemaking, and kind of feeling like you can't go in and fix areas that you know are actually fire hazards. And then this is going to be another layer. And it's like sort of feeling like you live in this catch-22 that you can't take care of your property, but you're going to be blamed because you didn't take care of your property. And there's not a lot of trust right now. And I think and frustration comes out of it. And then there's a lot of frustration. And some of it well-founded and some of it less well-founded. But if you don't really understand everything that's going on and you feel like you're just being picked on for, you made them, that you have the temerity to live in the wooey and have a forest property with streams running through it. Well, what were you thinking? Right? I think they're knowing how to, or considering some of that in the communication strategy is going to be really important.
And my one other tag onto that is, it was really helpful in one of my jobs when somebody wouldn't allow us to say they. It's like, oh, well, they want to do that. Who are they? And to be super specific. And I think that's not a bad discipline. Because especially since there's so much anxiety and frustration and angst and all that, and some of it's free floating. You know, they're doing this. Well, well, who are the they? What are the recourses? What are we actually talking about versus how are we feeling? Because those are, what's really going on and what are those avenues and how they're going on is really different from how we're feeling. But that's where.
Absolutely. No, thank you for those comments. And I think the this comes back to what we talked about at the beginning of this topic was the communication and education. That this map is it's not really punitive. It's not really, if you have done your defensible space and hardened your home, this map has no bearing on you. There's no additional thing that it's going to make you do. It's landscape level. It's a way for the state to assess fire risk across the state. Fire hazard. So, but no, I think communication and education is important. And I think ODF is doing a lot better job of that this time around. It's always has room for improvement. And I think this is well taken. Jumping to another fire topic, unless anyone has more on the hazard map. Prescribed fire is a conversation that sort of rattles around the edges of so many fire conversations. And I was just really curious to hear from folks in this room about the nexus of prescribed fire with small forest landowners. Because when you talk about prescribed fire on a statewide level, we need a lot more of it. This is really important. But when you start to drill down on which acres, it's mostly federal acres that need prescribed fire. And private acres, for the most part, are a good fit for prescribed fire. But there are cases where they are. And I was just curious if anybody had thoughts on sort of where prescribed fire fits in the world of small forest landowners. And examples of folks using that or considering that, or if there's, just curious for people's thoughts and perspectives on prescribed fire.
I use the sort of land trust type perspectives. Land trusts use it like there's a thing called the East Cascades Oak Partnership, which is some land trust land and some private lands, and where it's aimed at maintaining oak habitat and the drier forests, and with mixed, some working forest lands, large but conservation goal land where prescribed fire is used. And the Nature Conservancy, of course, it's something of a leader in, using prescribed fire and, preventing, like it had the videos of the Sprague River burn and showing that prescribed fire was really useful in that ponderosa forest. So I have that. And then I see Dave's hands up.
I was just going to say that, my understanding, I think the prescribed fire has a place, but so many people use that term and they look at it because they don't think deeply about this, and they look at it on a statewide level. And I think certainly Central Oregon, Eastern Oregon, probably parts of Southwestern Oregon, it's a no-brainer. I mean, with, historic return intervals of 5 years or less for these lower severity fires makes absolute sense. But in Northwest Oregon, I think it needs to be studied more, because I don't think the jury is back in as far as what is the best policy for areas like us that, we get 60 inches of rain a year, and it's a temperate rainforest, and certainly fires existed, but they were much less frequent. And what ramifications does that have, and how do you try to mimic those effects? And so I think until the time that those studies have been peer reviewed and looked at a more local level, that we need to get the word out that this has its place, but at certain localities, and then other localities it maybe needs to be studied more, and where it needs to be studied more, what are the best uses of prescribed fire? So I think it's education, again, goes back.
There's a theme. Thank you, Dave.
Ben, I'll add to, from the AOL perspective. So we sit on the Oregon Prescribed Fire Council, and then we're also, working hand in hand with the department on the certified burn manager program and the new prescribed fire liability fund work. And so from a small forest land perspective, the way our members engage is primarily through pile burning and on industrial lands, right? And that is a type of prescribed fire. And so the way in which we use prescribed fire is for activity fuels mitigation. And we are dealing with a lot of issues with insurers not wanting to insure our use of prescribed fire. And it's a very different insurance pool as far as who you can get insurance for to light a fire versus put out a fire. So people that engage in wildland firefighting through federal Viper contracts and other contract mechanisms, or even state contract mechanisms, in comparison to the fuels mitigation through fire, and where liability falls. And, there's a lot of kind of legal pieces in that realm for companies that do that work, small businesses that do that work. And so we're really excited and happy to be partnering with the state and with the council on developing these new mechanisms and pathways to provide certainty and a level of risk acceptability by insurers for the use of fire for those purposes. So that's how our members are primarily engaging with the small landowner community for the use of fire. Well, a lot less broadcast burning.
Right.
So Ben, this is Mike. So in my 30 years with ODF, I've actually got 6 prescribed fires under my belt that I've done when I was out on state forest land. I agree with Dave. I think we need to study it. Eastern Oregon, it's a slam dunk. I think we know everything about that. Western Oregon, what I experienced, I guess, when I was doing burnings, it kind of depends upon what the land was in the past, I guess is the best way to put it. So for us on our state forest lands, it was owned by a railroad timber company that had it before us. And as they were logging, they would burn behind them and reduce the fuel on there. So by the time we had the forest in our hands, there's very little of that larger diameter wood that was out there on the landscape. So a prescribed fire for us in a second generation forest was a lot easier to control than something that's like, say, on a Forest Service ground that they've never burned on. So I guess I would caution it, I think we need to take a better look at this prescribed burning, especially on the west side. Southwest, I think, is probably set up a little bit better than Western Oregon based upon what I've seen down there. I think part of it too is the boundary lines are going to be very difficult to keep prescribed burning on your side of the property line. Typically what we did is if it was up against the property line, we did not do prescribed burning. We actually did pile burning. The only time we did broadcast burning was interior to the state forest land. So if it did get away, it would slop on the state forest ground. So I agree with Dave. I think we need further education, studying on what it will do, I think. My 2 cents.
I would say, Ben, though, it's an important tool for a landowner to have as an option. And so I think as much as we can do that continues to be an option in the toolbox when a landowner is looking at managing land long-term and sustainable. Tribes have shown the use of fire for a long time. We even did a prescribed burn up at the Oregon Garden in the forest we manage there. We had enough people that were interested that we could pretty much circle the burn, but it was a very beneficial. It was in an oak grove, and it had been burned historically by tribes, which was a part of it, was honoring that heritage. So I think, the department taking the lead on, like the council, and helping to make sure this continues to be a tool for landowners and for the work Amanda's doing with the Survive Burn program is really beneficial for ODF to continue to be a leader to keep that tool as an option.
Yep. No, I mean, I thank you for this. I appreciate it. And I agree that I'm really interested in making it available as a tool for landowners and trying to reduce those barriers as much as possible. But it's, there aren't that many landowners on the west sides who are so far have stepped up to be interested in using that tool. Some, and I think you've noted, tribes and land trusts are sort of the two great examples of that. But wanting to make sure that, pursuing this work to make it a tool for landowners is worthwhile, and which I think it is. But it sounds like there's definitely interest there. But you're right, we have lots to learn about fire on the west side. Every time we learn, I feel like every time I learn more, I realize it's more complicated than I thought when it comes to fire on the west side. So.
I see, Kate, Glenn and then
first, yeah.
Yeah, I just definitely the OSU fire team. I'm not an expert on that, but I know, Chris Adlam and a couple other members of the OSU fire specialist team are really working hard on that. And of course, John Bailey and others at OSU are working on it. So I think down the road, there will be, more kind of educational and training opportunities, like, is prescribed fire for you? How do you do it? And I think we're not ready for that yet, but they're certainly working on that. And there's a lot of enthusiasm, and certainly in some of those other ecosystems like Southern Oregon and and even in the Willamette Valley, there's quite a bit of work to pave the way for it. It is still going to be a real challenge for us, I think, here in Northwest Oregon and in the fragmented landscape we're in, for anyone to adopt it. But like the tour that we had on the Tree Farmer of the Year there on the Mesenrich property, they're managing 1,000 acres plus with a lot of woodlands and areas that were traditionally burned. And if we asked them about fire, they said no way. They're doing it with mechanical, chemical, and grazing animals, and that seems like a good way to manage that previously fire-driven system to them. And that seemed like a landscape where you might be able to do it, valley margin type. So that's down the road, I think, for us to make it something that a lot of landowners would feel comfortable even considering. But other parts of the state, definitely it's coming along, and maybe it'll move north from Southwest Oregon and the Southern Willamette Valley.
Another OSU name to throw into that mix as potentially a partner or a resource, I think, would be the new Starker chair, Mark Swanson, because I do remember as part of his interview, he talked a lot about experience he'd had in Idaho, actually working with small landowners and a lot of stuff on prescribed fires. So he would be another dialogue partner, I think.
He did a presentation at the conference too.
Right after we went home.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it was a pep talk about burn.
Well, that was it for my set of topics. Unless there's happy to engage on any other topics that people want to throw my way of what I should be paying attention to. But
Rick is raising his
Rick's
hand.
got his hand up.
Yeah, hi, Ben, thanks. At the last meeting, the post-disturbance harvest was pulled off the agenda. And I wanted to find out if you had any information, what the timeline is and when it's going to appear again. And also if there was anything that we should know about why it was pulled.
Yeah, thanks for that. That is another relevant topic to this group here. I think the hope is that it will come back in September. That's the plan. That it'll be and it will, instead of being on the consent agenda, it will be an actual agenda item in September. And I think, I don't want to speak for Jim for his decisions to pull it, but the impression I got was it became apparent that it wasn't. There needed to be more conversation around that. Yeah, and I guess for me personally, that's what I'm struggling with, because the proposed rule doesn't really live up to the science of that, and there's some tension there. And I understand that tension between science and policy is real and healthy across the board. And this is a big example of that. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the conversation will be like in September. But I think the comments that the board received, particularly from a couple federal agencies that shared real concerns about that, were a concern for me, given that this is going into an HCP application that we are hoping that federal agencies will be approving. And so I had concerns there. And we'll see where that goes. But I've had a number of conversations with folks, at the board, around the edges of the board meeting, and since then, and I think some of those concerns have been put aside. I mean, I think there's a path forward here to get these rules over the finish line. But that I'm sure there will be some robust conversation at the board level in September about that.
Hey, did you want to say something? I'm trying to remember. Oh,
Does Rick have more to say?
Rick, your hand is still up. You have another comment? His hand is down. Okay. Well, thank you always, Ben. It's really nice of you to come and join our meetings, and thanks for all your contributions to on the board level and also for engaging with us. Really helpful and effective.
Likewise, and thank you always for the warm welcome and the conversation that is always very helpful. So with that, I wish I could be there eating lunch with you guys, but enjoy your little Lois lunch.
Thank you.
Take care, all.
Thanks, Ben.
Okay. I think we're at lunch break.
So before everybody breaks.
Oh, okay, 1 minute.
Mentioned the forest practice ones from Washington.
Whoa.
So if you
Those
could
are tiny.
pass these around. I don't know if they're gonna make it like this or.
We when we did our focus group, we offered binding because this is a lot cheaper than the coral, and unanimously, everybody forester, every searcher forester, every landowner goes, we love to open them up and lay them flat on the hood of our pickups.
Yep.
And so this, and then ours is slightly coated, so it's waterproof.
Yeah.
Because they inevitably, yes, they said we spill our coffee or it rolls around in the truck and it's Oregon. So those are the two differences for the Washington. Then the Oregon is people didn't love that.
But I just want to pass this.
Part of it.
Because that one looks like, keep it on your shelf. And this looks like,
No, that's
keep it on
exactly
your
what
truck.
these two are.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah, so that we did some focus group work as we were getting ready to change it, and this was that's a lot cheaper option.
Interesting.
But nobody in any of the groups, everyone loved being able to open, and all of your stewardship foresters were, and then they were also like, and if I need to copy something or do something or, and then the tabs were the other key thing that we do that Washington doesn't do that people really appreciate. So now our tabs will be the chapters for those. So those were, thanks for bringing that in, but those were the things that we are sticking with. But we did include, they do a lot more color coding. And so this time around, we did more color coding than we had previously. So
this is so much more accessible. I would pick that up and look through it and figure maybe I could get it. And that looks like, oh, that's exactly, that's a textbook. That's going to look great on my shelf. And
before we lose before we break for lunch, if people are still up there, I was thinking maybe we could do a 45-minute lunch break. Is that okay? Cut a little time out and then jump straight into our annual report, because it's a long meeting and that might refresh us and also make our total meeting time less. People in the room, look, we are okay with doing 45-minute lunch. Yes. And people online, put your thumb up if that's okay with you. Can we see, like, Keola, are you still on there? I'm trying to see who else is. Can you see, Heather, if other people's thumbs are up?
Not seeing other.
Well, I wanted them
Do you want to put
know.
in chat that lunch will
Yeah.
be,
Perfect, yeah,
we'll get back from lunch
Yeah.
at 12:30.
yes. We will, I'm then gonna call the lunch break, we'll re-adjourn at 12:30. Thanks, everyone.
It looks like they have a little bit more photos in there.
They, yeah, they do more photos than the illustrations. Um, yeah, which now with ours being
For our next agenda item, welcome back from lunch. Our next item is talking about our annual report, which I'm assuming we'll finalize at our next meeting, and then, or possibly a sub-meeting after that, and then present in September. So we're, getting on it early, and it is, I think, for the July to July year. So it's pretty much just finished up a year of operations. And in the past, we've had there's a statement of priorities and talked about what we've done in the past, what we're doing in the future. And with that, our old format, I thought there was a little, I wrote it, I admit it was a little repetitive. So I was thinking maybe this year I could cut out some of that repetition because our priorities are kind of the same from year to year. So I had some thoughts like what you said, Kate, about SFOs feeling subject sort of multiple hits. And sort of that being a situation, maybe we could mention, we could talk about things we've contributed to this year, including the vision and making sure that the Accord appropriately supports small forest landowners. Things like that. So we'll do I think we probably do what we did before, which we have to do a written report. And then also in the past, we've done the little presentation where I've read like just bits of the report, and then people have gotten to talk for like 5 minutes each about some issue that's of importance to the committee. With that, I'll sort of say, let's brainstorm a little bit and I'll quit talking.
So I put in for 45 minutes at the board meeting for the presentation and everything. I did that last year too, and then they whittled it down to 30 minutes. Just be aware of that as well. It happens. Yeah, very often, yes.
And will it be the 5th or the 6th? Probably we don't know.
One day is a field trip and one day is the office presentation or the office part of the meeting. I don't know.
And I'm fine putting
which is
both
which.
in holding both, but just, I guess we'll find out.
Do you know when the Board of Forestry?
I just looked on the website and saw both days, so I don't know which day is.
It's usually the second day. Well, no, that's not true. It's like it floats. So it did seem like we already wrote down in terms of, we've done a lot of consultation on the we've done a lot of listening actually, and some consultation on the SFISH stuff. So we wrote that Eric had commented on that. So I made a note that the sort of tax implications on that one, raising that up at the meeting. However we do it, I think, knowing that that's going to be something that's on the mind of at least some landowners. Sort of wanting to urge them that we want to stay engaged for the next steps on the vision. As what were they, Amanda? The next steps, the metrics,
the metrics and objectives.
Metrics and objectives, but continuing to stay engaged on that. Among those multiple hits, and I don't know if or how we want to do it, but I think something about this process on the post-disturbance salvage rulemaking process as it relates specifically to small landowners. So especially if that's going to be coming up and be a discussion item.
What would you think would be a good statement of, what our priorities are, what we've done, what we'd like to do on that?
On that disturbance one?
Yeah.
And that one might be a more I don't know if it's looking back or looking forward, but sort of, because sometimes we've done a bit of, our finger on the pulse of what small landowners are feeling right now. So we have a part of it, the report, that's like, here's what we've done. And here's looking forward where we see areas of concern. And I think that one's an area of sort of ongoing concern, because I do think that the general feeling of many of the woodland owners that talk to me, because I keep getting dragged up to do little things on CFF and who we are and why it's important. And I keep saying, Mike's heard me now a million times. I think, that the best people to talk about the feelings of small landowners about their properties are small forest landowners. But there's a lot of upset out there. And some of it's free floating by now, but it is that sense of being hit one every which way and what of mine is mine anymore.
And that's one of the big issues with a lot of the small landowners is the issue of taking and the frustration with how they've lost some of their land and their access to it or their right to do something to it. And in smaller landowners, it's probably, I'd say, more prevalent because they don't have large land bases, and if they have an issue to be active in some forest act, then they find all of the regulations and the restrictions evolving around that. And then many of them are, carefree, because I say that a lot of the small landowners have purchased properties that prior to their purchase were either logged or cleared and put into the development stage for people to sell. And so they bought properties that, had little tree, or few to no trees on it. There've been a number of them that have instances where the person that sold it to them didn't reforest it. So they get caught with the reality that they've got to reforest it and pay that price. And they tend to run around looking for trees in February, trying to get their programs met. So, it's a group of people that's just very challenging and diverse in today's interest in worlds, that I don't see a simple way to deal with all of them, but you have to understand and respect them. And the state has to come up to the reality that it's going to try its best to communicate with.
Well, I think that and just reflecting that sort of the moving forward, there's a lot of trust, I think, that needs to be rebuilt, because it feels, I know that, and this is a feeling thing again, but it feels like we talk, we testify, we share, bare our souls about how we feel about things, and people nod and smile and seem that they're listening. And then it feels like nobody did. So, and that may not actually be true, but we're not part of the other conversations where maybe people were arguing about, no, we really need to listen. And but I think knowing that, I don't know that everybody always knows that that's some of the feeling. So, I mean, it's wonderful that Cal shows up at things and it says good things about what we contribute. But that's not how I think people are feeling when they walk away from that. And it often makes ODF people targets, and that worries me too, because we should be in partnership together, not antagonists.
One thing I'll just note, to the question about the board meeting. So it's the 4th and 5th of September, and there isn't a tour associated with it. So usually that first day is a longer day and the second day is a half day. I would imagine that we would be on the 4th, the first day, but you'll have to follow up on that.
I was gonna say, because the 4th is the legislatively mandated meeting, and that's typically the meetings that we show up at. That said, this last month they changed the dates. So most likely it will be the 4th, but that could change.
Thanks.
And lately that second day, when they've been at the headquarters here, they've been utilizing that day to workshop and talk about the vision document. But I don't know what's gonna happen. These are just past experiences.
Mauricio sent in a couple comments because he couldn't come, so he sent me some thoughts, which he's focused on contributions of small forest landowners, in particular, kind of what he described as a bond of gratitude, work, and commitment that leads to good stewardship. And that could fit into the presentation part of what are the contributions of small forest landowners. Do people have thoughts about other ways they'd like to articulate that contribution? I'm thinking, like, if we talk about the contributions and then sort of the way these people who are contributing a lot have been hit, and we talk about some of the issues you raise, but people have thoughts on contributions and a good way of articulating that and making a case for that in a report.
Well, I would like to bring forth that the board, or we here talk about it, and it is a topic of discussion in the meetings that we have and with the Board of Forestry, so it's not ignored. And it's an ongoing process that the future holds the answer in the bluntness of it.
Oh, sorry, Dave?
No, one idea would be to try to point out the value that small forest landowners provide at no cost to the public, and that the public should understand the benefits that we provide to them. So for example, as the big buzzwords these days, are carbon storage and sequestration. Well, I mean, we provide a huge service, and most folks don't get any compensation for it. And so I think people need to understand, the general public should understand a little bit better the other things that we provide. That's only obviously one, but I think if we could just make some simple, this would be a perfect OFRI thing, they're so good at their graphics and the way that they can dispense information that if they could just do something and they probably already have it, but maybe just needs updated, of what small forest landowners provide to the public so that they can better understand that, we can only be pushed so far without compensation for things.
Forest facts, I think we could kind of mine that for some of the statistics. But the other thing is small woodland owners are always hosting tours on their property. This Master Woodland Manager class that just happened, and every year that it happens, you get small landowners hosting classes on their properties. So there's a lot of opportunity for the public because most of that stuff's put out in flyers or on social media to sign up for a tour and learn something about an actual woodland. So I think the being part of the educative process, but also the openness to welcoming people to see hands-on what's going on in care of woodlands.
That reminds me of, so in terms of being local communities, right? Contributing in that way, being welcoming, being part of local economies, people have comments on how the way of maybe articulating that contribution. Dave, is your hand still up?
No, I was just following up on what Teresa was saying. A couple of years ago when we were the county's Woodland Farmer of the Year, I invited local legislators to attend, and we had Andrea Salinas show up and Dacia Graber and Rick Lewis, all good representatives, and they all wanted to learn more. And after the fact, they said, well, can we have your contact information so we can get back to you if we have further questions? And a couple of them have, and so those are the kind of contacts I think are really helpful. So if we can help get the word out when we have these big tours or even small ones, like the one we had that time, I think it would pay dividends.
Actually, I wonder if, and maybe this is thinking about our work plan moving forward, if there are ways kind of building on that to provide more of those really clear specific opportunities to have interested or concerned members of the public who care about our forests but don't understand that what it might be to care for one, have that opportunity to come and be on the ground with small woodland owners. Because I do think, yes, Dave, you're totally right. Whether it's a beautiful, huge place like yours, or it's a Tree Farmer of the Year kind of tour, or little places like us, all of us love to talk about our woodlands. I mean, that's like, you can pretty much barely shut small woodland owners up when you ask them to talk about their properties, because we love them. And I mean, I know every time we've testified on anything, we've always invited anyone to come out that wants to see boots on the ground. And
no one has ever.
Usually only allies come, people who are those decision makers don't tend to, but but I think that sort of access to what it really looks like to manage a forest.
Maybe on the follow-up activities or the like, where do we go from here kind of stuff, could be an invitation to the department and the board to schedule a tour to come out and see some small woodlands in the future. I don't know last time that the board saw a small woodland property. It's typically, I mean, we didn't do tours for a while. And so I don't really know. I think I've only worked with ODF for a short period of time.
Yeah, we can do that. We just gotta be careful. If it's a Board of Forestry tour, it's one thing, but if we're inviting Board of Forestry members out, just gotta be careful not to make it an official meeting.
But I think for a Board of Forestry tour,
Yeah.
I think that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
We just did the DNA one on federal lands. We've done some other to state lands and industrial forest lands, but
We'd be happy to invite them, drag them up and down our hills.
No, I like that idea a lot.
Something like that would be great as like an ask.
And a gift.
The wheat crunch.
I'd like to comment on that though, and the challenge that I see is we have a clientele that participate, will come to those tours. But you're talking a much broader population that we're trying to, expand our communications with and provide them information about what we do, how we accomplish it, the benefits they receive. And to me, that's going to take some high-level public relations program, whether it's TV ads or what. It takes something that you can catch them when they're sitting down to have their beer at 5 o'clock at night, and they see you on the evening news or see you just before that in an advertisement. And I'm not sure how we accomplish that, but if we want to get recognition and publicity, it's got to be through a media exchange.
And in terms of currently, where would you see that coming from? Like from the department? And I'm assuming some stuff like that comes
It's
through
going to
Oak Ridge?
take somebody to take the lead on it. The BF feels that they want to do that, but they're into a government agency, and I'm not sure they're the appropriate one to put a broad spectrum out there to the public. You deal with the interest groups that can support it, and the frustration is it's very expensive, so it has to be financed.
Yeah.
And we have to find a mechanism to finance. You look at I look at the industrial segment, and having been in the industry for years, and we used to keep our heads under the table and say nothing and do nothing, to where they've slowly expanded and put together structures that provide publicity about their activity and their Forestlands ownership. And how do we do that as a group of small people? Because that's a big time cost. And they had to come together with it, structure themselves, and put the organizations in place from AOL to look at this process of being a public image and getting our image out there and our information out there. And so we're in that process, but the question mark is how.
I have a fairly simplistic response to that. And I do know the difference between simple and simplistic. But I know that at times industry has really appreciated when we small guys will speak up because we're much more sympathetic. And if this were like an OWIT thing, which would need to be an educational, not political thing, I could see an entity like OWIT inviting industry partners to help fund something. And then we'd probably talk to OFIC about helping us put something together that could then air instead of one of our done at the kitchen table radio ads for forest products. But I know that's a little simplistic because it's not taking all of the entities into account.
Dave, and then I was curious what Rick, because also does some of this, right? What Rick might think, but Dave, you have your hand up, so you first.
So just two points to follow up, one on a small scale, one on a larger scale. On a small scale, we've had tours by non-timber related organizations that wanted to come out to our place. So for example, we've had basin councils come out with their groups, and soil and water conservation districts come out with their groups. And so those are completely different than, the OSWA type groups. And so we're reaching folks, albeit in a small way, but completely different demographics. And then secondly, OFRI's done a great job in the past doing some of these small little advertising blips on TV, where the most recent ones I recall I thought were good, where they featured a small logging operation, and Julia probably remembers better than me, but it was like a dad and a son that were loggers and talking about how well they take care of the projects that they do. Well, maybe do something like that, but have a segments on small woodland owners that are more relatable to the public than the Weyerhaeusers of the world. I mean, not to say things bad about Weyerhaeusers, just that people relate to other people more than corporations. And so if we could maybe construct a few ads like that varied in geography, varied in perspective, varied in topic, showed them over the course of a couple of years, maybe that would help.
So I would say that we've moved into changing public perception versus talking about what we're reporting at the Board of Forestry. Because this is what we dive into this a lot. Like we do values and belief surveys to understand what Oregonians are thinking about. And a lot of what we do with educational advertising one of our basic messages is that Oregon has forest practice laws. And what we find is a lot of Oregonians don't even understand that landowners have to know this. And so it's some very simple messages that a lot of the public doesn't understand. So I think we need to think about, in this case, are we asking the Board of Forestry to engage more in helping to support landowners in the public understanding? Or is the Committee for Family Forest Land wanting to help the Board of Forestry realize that things they decide are making an impact on how people are managing their land? And so those are kind of two separate things I think that have come up here in discussion is, are we talking about public or are we talking about the audience that you're going before with the Board of Forestry? I think things like the Board of Forestry, from what I'm understanding, the Oregon Department of Forestry just is probably getting rid of several of their positions in public relations, which is going against what you're all asking the ODF to become more of a spokesperson about these type of things. And so I think we just need to think about what is it that we can ask the Board of Forestry to be a part of, because they're not going to take on $1 million campaign, which is what it costs to put those out. Right. But I think what they can do is help be a conduit to talk about the benefits through the Committee for Family Forest Land. So every time I've seen a small woodland owner like Mauricio, Gary, Teresa, Kate go up and talk to the Board of Forestry, they see them in a different relationship because they are seeing that person that's connected to the land. And so I think that's the power this committee has, is that you have people who are very passionate and connected to the land, and you need to talk about what you're passionate about, I think is where the power has been. And so that's what I would suggest to the committee, to think about what are those topics that you would like to convey to the board. These others are really important, but thinking the board's going to take on public perception and we're going to convince them in 30 minutes, it's probably a pretty big task. So I think you can make a difference on maybe when they're considering a rule that's going to have an impact, they'll think about what you've had to say. Like that, I think that's just my perspective on that.
To me, that makes perfect sense. And I think, like, I was thinking, like you mentioned one way in which, like, what we just talked about could be a statement that, media and public relations are really important. And we see that there's been a reduction in ODF staff on that. So we'd like point out that SFOs can't run their own media campaigns. We rely on you for that. So that could be a comment and ask. I think, like, if we are partly, we want to be positive. So we want to say, like, positively what the contributions of our community are, and maybe talk a bit about some challenges and have some asks.
Yeah, just really quick before we go to Rick, I will say that we do have to be careful, because my understanding, Julie, is that change wouldn't happen until the legislature passes the budget during the long session. So.
Well, I think it's just more laying out, right? Like, what are some of those things that are challenging for landowners, and it's just
on the communication staff that's not a done deal. So.
Right. But I'm just like, those are examples of things that they would have the power to make a change about than some others. So I think it's thinking about strategically, what is it that the department can do to benefit.
Rick?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for asking. This is a good one. And, this isn't the only bite of the apple that the committee has. And you have a really strong relationship, I think, with the board, and support even from the new members. And so, we're not starting from scratch, but that vision document is going to be coming up, and there's not much in there about small forest landowners. And so getting across the message multiple different ways that small forest lands are a significant part of Oregon's forest base. And when we talk about Oregon's forest, we have a big part of it, and there's people attached to them. And so that big picture stuff, we need to keep hitting on that. The second thing is that we're part of communities. And so when you talk about that urban-rural divide or whatever divide you want, our folks are involved in their communities. They volunteer. They're like on this group. They're on city council, on school boards, all kind of stuff. And so if you want to touch communities, touch small forest landowners. The third thing I would, again, hit hard, and you did a great job last time, is the diversity in the lands and the diversity in the owners and the diversity in the goals. And so you could look at that as being highly fragmented and not focused, or you could look at that as diversity across these social, economic, and environmental gives the state resiliency and vibrancy that other landowners, I don't want to say, that there's a diversity there that is important. The other thing I think we all kind of accept and understand, but a key to small forest landowners is education and cooperation. And so they're just new folks all the time. They're folks inheriting property, buying property, getting out to the back 40 that they hadn't before. And so education is bigger than it's ever been. And we have more avenues to reach people, but there isn't like you can advertise fire prevention on Channel 6 and get half the state to see it. The other, I think, part of that is cooperation. Our folks work with everybody, watershed councils, Native Plant Society, Audubon, like Extension, Master Woodland Managers, but that part that we are connected. And when you look at that public-private partnership, it's happening every day, working with the BLM on the Merznich property that we saw last week, working with Watershed Council, working with the Green Belt Group in Corvallis. So public-private partnerships, I mean, that's kind of what we're all about. Anyway, I'm still working on my elevator speech, but
That's a good ride.
the board is focused on those things, and we offer success stories in areas where they're not going to hear those kind of positive things. So thank you.
Success stories is something that was on my mind too, making sure that we're talking about our contribution to say, so these are success stories, and that the success stories overlap with board goals, I think is an important thing. I can't see everyone. Is Keola here, and do you want to add anything? You're just off the end of the is Keola still on? Can you see Heather? There might be a couple other people. I don't see Keola on. She might have had to jump off. Eric, do you want to add something?
No, I think everybody's throwing out more than 30 minutes worth of content. I think I agree with Rick regarding small woodland owners integration into the vision. And I think if I were writing this or presenting it, I might look at it from the standpoint of those pillars that are in the vision, and then communicate how small woodland owners are contributing to that.
Great idea.
As well as potentially areas where small woodland owners are underrepresented in some of those as well, but do make positive contributions. The vision seems to be what's driving the board right now. So I probably, as opposed to board goals, I might focus specifically on the vision.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And I don't think we probably have time to do that right now, but one idea would be that people after this meeting just take a look, because the vision is not that long. Look at those pillars and then send to Heather just thoughts you might have along the lines of what Eric's saying.
Because actually that would work really well, because there is that bit of stating things positively, but also the challenges, so that we could still get all of those same sort of Maurizio's initial question, which I think got spun us off into how do we do it? But those positive contributions, but also those areas of challenge and frustration and the tugs against some of that sense of partnership and collaboration.
I would nominate, if I can, the folks who presented last year as well. So when you gave your presentation, and then I think it was Gary, Kate, and
Maurizio, yeah.
The board really got engaged when
Uh-huh.
when the group started speaking, more so than the normal slew of people.
Right.
You almost feel like Charlie Brown's teacher, where you
Yeah.
heard the wow,
Yeah,
wow, wow. When that
Yeah.
group got involved and got excited about what they were talking about, the
Yeah.
board piped up and paid
Yep.
attention. So I
Yep.
think there's not implying other people can't contribute in that manner, but the energy that was presented excited the board, and I think your ability to influence is strong with a variety of small woman owners there, so.
Yeah, but they have the written report anyway, so like my thought was just like say that should be quick going through the priorities and stuff that's in the written report, and then have individuals talk. And I hadn't thought about who that would be, because I figure it should be like the primary voting members of the board usually are the ones who step up, and we usually have some good people stepping forward for that.
Well, and Dave's pretty engaging too, so.
Yeah, but they, yeah, I can't remember exactly who, I wrote down here who talked last year.
It was
Gary, Maurizio, and Kate, right? So I think Dave wasn't available.
Wasn't
last
on,
year.
yeah.
Yeah. Right. Are people are people interested in being part of the, the sort of 5-minute presenting?
Defer to Dave.
Dave, you want to do it this year?
I'm open for anything, but, you know.
There you go. That's a yes.
Yeah.
Well, it sounded like, Dave, you had a lot of really good examples too of
Yes.
your contributions.
Yes.
and
Yes.
Stories, yeah.
Okay, that sounds great.
I'll just, as Amanda and Wendy know, they're the wordsmith masters. I might come up with some ideas, so I might have to run some things past you, but like I say, I'm open for anything.
Yeah, and Rick said in the chat that Glenn's a great partner. I agree.
Yeah.
Glenn is really fantastic on these.
Yeah.
types of things too.
Well, especially if they don't cut our time. Like we could, we can have alternative plans, but.
But
They
it's
kept
in the
trying-
afternoon.
Because they kept trying to cut us last time, and I'd written mine to keep it time.
Yeah.
And I remember Jim going, can you go faster? And I'm like, I'll just talk faster, because I actually already wrote all these words and they're all coming out, so.
It's true. We have to make them short, little blurbs, but still the personality and the passion and the basic issue can come out in 3 minutes even, so.
I'll keep doing pictures. That always seems to also make
Yeah.
a difference.
Mhm.
Not that invasive grasses are quite as,
They're very pretty.
that is true.
It's hard to have a picture with 0 invasives.
Glenn came off mute.
Yeah. Glenn?
Yeah, I would just say, I'd be happy to talk if needed, but I think that the priority is definitely on the landowners and the perspectives and the stories and the engagement you get. I could try to match that or represent the bigger picture of things. But if there's room and you want me, then I can try to put that on my calendar. But if I'd start with who the landowners are that are ready to step up, for that date, and then see if there's, maybe a niche for me that you'd like me to fill, then I'd definitely be happy to do that.
I think Maurizio is okay too. I sent him the date. Although I think I maybe said the 5th and the 6th instead of 4th and 5th, but I think Maurizio might be up for it. And he sort of has the perspective of a bit of a far-flung corner of the state and he's very involved in his community and has done a lot of interesting work on his property.
I'm sorry, what dates were those again?
The 4th and 5th of September.
Fifth might be okay for me, but if I can't do it, I can't do it, but we have a large log placement going on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and so hopefully they'd be done by then.
Actually, what would be great is if you couldn't be there, if you had done a little snippet of video that we could show, or picture, a little picture montage of what you were doing. That would be, seriously, that would be another one of those contributions. Oh, well, Dave would have been here, except he's actually actively contributing to watershed health in the Clackamas, in the Clackamas Basin. So he can't be here today. But that actually, I think, is making exactly the point we're trying to make.
Or even better, he can be there with his phone.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we haven't looked at it yet, but Dave, you said that you had a time lapse of that culvert placement. Like
Correct.
that would be really interesting.
Yeah.
But I think that was the Weyerhaeuser one though, right? That wasn't on your property. So.
Yeah, but I sent 2 links. I sent the culvert time lapse, but then I also sent the bridge work, the county road, which is between our 2 properties.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's
Yeah, we can,
there.
yeah. I think but we can work with that, whether you can be there or not, I think, because I think you can still be there without physically being there. Because I think that those pictures actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I have watched when we've even done our little, that catches attention in a way that talking heads don't always. And so we throw in a judicious use of some of that.
One thing, I was looking at our priority issues, which I think have been sort of the same from year to year, but one thing we had last year is the first thing is the private forest accord, including creation of the small forest landowner office, incentive programs, including SFISH, and disproportionate impact. Do we have thought, like we already have the SFISH wanting to make sure that the programs are set up so that they don't have adverse tax impacts, and if they do, thinking of how to help people with that, find a solution. Other thoughts people want to raise in the report connected with the accord, and well, it's not in the vision, which is a funny thing.
Well, and that was the post disturbance rulemaking is continuing work with the accord. So, so it does fit.
Okay. So any just thoughts on that topic? If people feel are priorities that they want to mention in the report? Dave?
Well, maybe one suggestion, now that things have been in place now for half a year, would be by that time to collect some data just from stewardship foresters or whoever. How's the road condition assessment going along? I mean, are there spots that could be nuanced or made better? I mean, where are there any concerns? I mean, I don't know. And so that's just one example, but if there's things related to the private forest accord that small woodland owners are having to do, is there a way to address any issues with that?
Yeah, I'm curious if there's any watersheds that have hit that 5% max on the minimum option. Do you know?
Won't happen for at least a year. Maybe
Yeah.
2. Yeah, I think I don't count the freebie year, but this is the initial year. So I don't think we're going to hit those until probably next year.
Well, and it might be that you're not bringing in that data, but you might be asking if like the SFO office is gathering data from SFO foresters or others on challenges or issues landowners have of meeting these. So rather than taking the time to try and gather that before, it could be an ask of, it'd be great if SFO helps inform this body of challenges or opportunities that they're seeing in the field. Because right now we don't have a strong connection with the SFO office coming to report to this body. And so that could be a part of that is like, one of our goals is to have SFO office come and share what they're hearing from the field.
Yeah. Which is different from compliance monitoring. It's actually, much more anecdotal.
Sharing that data.
Not statistics, but
RCAs, the department doesn't have in place a database right now that they can easily pull and say compliant. I mean, they're just, so talking to field folks, they don't have that type of data in place for us to bring and ask, but that could be things that we're just saying that we'll continue trying to, seek that relationship with the SFO office.
I think we'll fill it 45 minutes without any problem. Well, I love your idea, Wendy, of even short, because they all get the written report, really highlighting on here, the key couple of sentences in each thing, rather
Yep,
Make them actually read the report.
yep.
Time for questions.
And for questions.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really do think it'd be interesting to request or suggest a Board of Forestry tour on small
Yeah,
landowner property.
very much
You
like
could,
that,
you
yeah.
could then see in practice some of these things, like,
Yeah.
you know, here's a piece of property that got hit by some ice damage, a snowstorm, and this is how that post disturbance was dealt with, right? And this is what happened in practice, or where you have
Not
those-
dealt with.
or not dealt with, or whatever, those landowners that have, you know, if they're, I mean, you have to, obviously, we would probably at some point want to be a part of that if we suggested, and then
Mhm.
would want to help curate that with the department, but you know, if there's lands that have those streams that just took away a significant portion of land, you know, some of that those properties that just got really eaten up by those new buffers and just things like that, right? That can just like anecdotally, the committee can talk about those things and people can testify on those things to the board, but going out and actually physically seeing what that looks like and hearing from the property owner of what that means to them
Mhm.
is very different.
Well, cause, and it's the problem with laws, right? And I'm not saying, ooh, law is bad, but laws tend to be one size fits all. And it's like, well, we can do something for disproportionate impact, but if you get somebody where 90% of their land is affected, I mean, that's a family. And that's different from a number on a page. And it's harder, but I think it's important that if you're making those decisions, that you know who the people are and not just what the number on the page is.
Because that could be sort of an overall theme, one size doesn't fit all for us.
Which is why there's a difference between the small woodland owner and the larger landowners.
Even for you guys, I don't know that
Right, they're
one
not all
size
the
doesn't
same.
fit all larger landowners either.
Different managements, different.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
But that could be, and I will, if you would like me to help again with sort of crafting the written report and, you know, the editing, my editing red pen. My guess is you'll be more likely to say yes than the Board of Forestry, which also I think needed some editing and a red pen.
Oh, yeah, it did.
Like if someone that had an English degree could probably have helped it sound a little bit clearer.
I got that from Kate, she sent it to me. You're right, I heard it.
I think our last report ended with a quote from you. It did.
I don't know that I would have added that, but.
No, you put something really nice, like no one cares for their land.
Oh, we're
Small
the-
forest landowners, their hearts are really in it or something like that.
We could use the quote.
Yes, one of our county small woodland owners who, when you listen to them talk, sound like they are the crankiest people on the face of the earth about like private forest accord and everything. And then we did our tour, our field day for our MWM class. And pretty much never once did any of that grousing come up in an entire day. And then two favorite moments. One was like, oh, see this walnut tree? This is awesome. We all have to go see this walnut tree. And you see this brush we haven't cut? That's so that because it's had a fire, Forest Service road that had access to it. That's so that no one can see the elk from the road. So all this protection of wildlife. And then, but the last line, you can all hear this before it goes out in our newsletter, was we only have a dot on the earth and we care for it.
Which is what Mauricio was saying is the theme of his,
But it's like, that's not written on our blackboard doorway in our house, and it's like, keep thinking about that. Yeah, and that's what we do. And that's someone who I think would happily be suing everyone.
Right.
The board, and yet at the same time, when it comes right down to it, it's actually about love of land and love of wildlife, stewardship. And I keep feeling like I'm putting I'm talking to you guys and so I'm never looking at Dave apologies.
Sorry, I was thinking when you were talking about prescribed fire, Amanda, like, I don't really know how relevant that is to SFOs, given that we were talking about it as a limited utility on a small scale and it's only really appropriate for certain parts of the state. But I was curious in terms of thinking about things that are improvements or success stories, like when you were talking about pile burning, has
Mhm.
that process somehow been made easier, or is it simply in the context of new rules?
No,
you're making
it's-
progress?
I mean, it should be easier moving forward. I was gonna suggest maybe not for our report. I don't know that we as a body are fully briefed, but it would be nice to maybe have Amanda Rao come speak to this group about the Certified Bird Manager Program, because OSWA has been very engaged in that process. OSU Extension has been very engaged in that process. And a lot of it, the intent behind a lot of it was to try to help alleviate the perceived risk and the real risk associated with small landowners doing burning, especially pile burning on their own property. And there's been some other laws passed to help decrease the liability and increase the allowability of cross-boundary burning to help with, creating larger landscapes where maybe on an individual, property to an individual property basis, broadcast burning may not be as applicable, but when you combine 3 to 5 landowners that have a similar timber type, maybe that is a great opportunity to do some mitigation and restoration work through a broadcast burn, but previously was illegal to do. So there's stuff like that has happened that we just haven't really been briefed on it. So I don't know if it's appropriate for our
report to
at this
our
point.
work, because we usually do a little bit at the end of what we're looking, kind of projecting our work plan.
Yeah.
A hint of our work plan for the coming year.
Yeah.
And it's like fire has been there and fire will continue to be there, but it's kind of honing in on some of those questions around fire. Fire funding is also another one in the role of small woodland owners.
Well, it's, the big piece on the assessments and their assessments and like classification. I think that would be interesting as a point to bring up that, that this, whether it's the prescribed fire, the land classification stuff, assessments, fire funding.
Because
those are all things that this body may be speaking for you guys, and I'm not really a voting member, but I think that this body would really want to kind of dig into that a little bit more.
And fire's a part of the visions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is a very pertinent topic right now.
Is there anything about technical guidance, like in the coming year, that it's like, as we commented on the technical guidance for, roads and SFISH, I think, is there anything like that's an accomplishment of ours for the past year? Is there anything coming in the future year you think we might be putting something like that in our work plan?
The only one I think post disturbance is coming. And then I don't know if tether logging. I mean, yes.
Those are rulemakings, but there is probably 6 or 7 additional technical guidance documents that still need to be created. I just can't remember all of them off the top of my head. We're working on a few, but they're not necessarily relevant to.
Right, yeah, so they're less small landowner centric, okay.
I think the RCA and the SFISH stuff was the most
Right,
relevant. But that doesn't mean that this body wouldn't care to comment on all of them.
Kayla mentioned, again, relating to the role of small forest landowners and their contributions and avoiding conversion. She was talked in a note to me about aiding successional, transfer from generation to generation of forest lands. Any thoughts about that? That isn't something we've talked about a lot as a group.
That is a big one for OSWA, for different chapters and stuff right now, actually.
So that used to be a really big conversation for this group, and then this group and OFRI and OSU, and we put a lot of funds together for ties to the land curriculum. And then I think where it comes back around is right now, like OSU Extension doesn't have someone focused just on that program.
Yep.
So it could be a good conversation to talk about how, we talk about at the Partnership for Forestry Education, we're talking a lot about succession, and we have some funding for succession. And so I think, OSU and that, so I think it'd be a good topic to talk about what's the collaborative efforts and what can be, pieces of like this group and ODF. And Glenn might have more too on that.
What?
Well, it's just a coincidence, multitasking here. I was emailing about ties to the land. So we are going to be trying to revive that and kind of redesign. we're going to invite Tammy Cushing to come back out and help us with that, and maybe try to get Clint Bentz back in the game. So Alicia and Lauren are both, and I'm tagging along, are looking at trying to do that in this coming year. I don't know what bearing it has as far as it seems like our report and our impact on the board at their next meeting is pretty full already, but that's certainly an item kind of looking forward that is high on the list and that we should work on together. And with that in mind, I had an item I wanted to discuss, and I have to leave at 2. I have another meeting, but something that, again, maybe doesn't get in front of the board so much this year, but is it thinking emerging for next year. So do you mind if I just talk for a minute or two?
Please, go ahead.
So, we've all been working on the post-fire recovery and reforestation challenges. And OSU's, all of us have been working together on that. But we have this study that I'm doing, Kara Baylog, actually in Southern Oregon, is our kind of lead coordinator, and there's a group of us in one of our extension group projects. And it's a study called the Landowner Experience After Fire. And Kate, I think you guys participate in the survey, and Teresa. But we've had 240 responses to that survey. We tried to reach all the fire-affected small woodland owners out there. And we already know a lot of the things that kind of are going to come up and what we're learning from those responses. But Kara and I will be working on that. And actually, we've got a little OFRE funding coming to do the second year of that study, as well as other College of Forestry and Extension money. So we have another year, and I think there's going to be some pretty important, outcomes and, action items for us going forward. And actually, just yesterday, meeting with the Marion County Board of Commissioners about our extension budget in Marion County, and of course the Santiam Canyon and all their folks that were so impacted there. But a big part of the story is how can we do better next time, as far as extension and ODF and everybody that's trying to help people, and all the kind of challenges and frustrations people have with dealing with the post-fire recovery, and where the trees and the forests and the forestry assistance fits in. There's a lot of suggestions, and then how do we go forward and be more effective in helping people with that response? So I think that's a big thing that ought to be next year, perhaps. But the results of this landowner experience after fire study will give us a lot of real data to fit with what we've already kind of all been observing. But now we're going to have 240 responses from landowners as to their experience and their suggestions and their needs going forward, not only to help people continue to recover from the past wildfires, but ready for the next one. So that's just on my mind, obviously, and want to put that out there. I think it'd be a big item for next year, but it should be in the vision for hot topics.
Hey, Glenn, is ODF&W engaged in that at all, on like habitat recovery efforts? Are they?
No, I mean, there's certainly this huge world of what the others are doing. I'm kind of really focused on this landowner assistance in this reforestation realm in particular, but there's a lot more to it than that in terms of, plus all the other researchers at OSU and the federal agencies and ODF&W. And ODF too, I imagine, getting involved in more bigger picture fire recovery, ecosystem responses, challenges, and vulnerabilities, especially like the aquatic and fish environment. So there's a lot to that. Yeah, it may be a science symposium about what we learned about all that and what does it mean, which obviously is going to be important to small woodland owners as well. But that opens an even bigger realm that I'm really curious about. All those lands that are further back in the watershed, what's going on? I'm focused maybe lower in the watershed with a lot of us lowland owners, but yeah, well, that's all for me.
Did you have something you wanted to add, Mike?
On the S-fish piece, when we're talking about the taxes, I wonder if you can add in what Josh gave you, the metrics there, what is the 80 miles of habitat and 36 barriers? Well, at least that's what the project's identified, and I don't know how you can tie it into if you can't fix the tax issue, that might not happen.
Yeah.
I can
Yep. Mhm.
how to phrase that.
Yep.
Maybe build in a sentence or two on recommendation for continued funding. Or I don't know what the appropriate way to say it is, but advocate to the board that we had a significant amount of applicants. We weren't able to fund all of them. There were a lot of good projects out there, and we had to pick and choose between what got funded and what didn't. So at the very least, continuing funding at the current level, but advocate for additional funding moving forward.
Right, so that's a good point, because one could say generally, we should advocate for continued support of Accord programs that benefit SFOs, including this in particular.
Yeah, I'd add, the small forest land forest owner grant. That's
Oh,
the,
right, yes.
yeah, from 762 as well. and
Yes,
Right
right.
now is not looking like it's gonna receive additional funding moving forward, and
Yep,
I know this group was very engaged and there was a subcommittee created to help. Score the projects and select the
Right, yeah,
projects and. So that, I mean, just trying to think like, I think we were involved in that over the last year, thinking back to last July.
So fire has been.
Yeah, so
Oh.
tied into some of the other fire points. But yeah, maybe there's like a financial asset piece or
yeah,
funding generally for small forest land.
incentives.
Incentives and
grants,
assistance
yeah,
programs.
Assistance,
And that those really are critical for this cohort of individuals throughout the state.
Yeah. What's
That provide all these other, knock-on benefits, right?
So the 762 is separate from the Accord, right? What's the formal name of that grant program? Do you remember?
Small
forest.
forest.
Yeah, I mean, that's not creative.
That's a key, right?
Yes, it's small forest landowner grant program.
Program.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's its connection with the landscape resiliency program.
okay, right.
That was the first time I. Oh,
That's
to talk about being, was it that was spearheading that one originally?
Dave.
Just to follow up on what Amanda's point is there, if it's of any value, I was heavily involved in that from a grant. We were the highest ranked of those grants in the state. And if they wanted to do a follow-up, if they wanted to do, ODF came out and did a little TV piece with KOIN and all this. So, I'd hate to see a program like that evaporate, because it did result in a lot of good mitigation work, boots on the ground work. And the amount of money that people eventually put forth, much more than what they promised, because once they saw the work that was transpiring on the ground, they put in, I think, 4 or 5 times what was promised. So, if that isn't a success story of a public policy, I don't know what is. And so I think that should be somehow wrapped into this if you want to pursue that.
Yep.
And was that a cost share program?
It's a grant.
Well, I don't know if a cost share is the best term, but basically you had to have leveraged and in-kind contributions.
Yeah, I'm at.
So, for example, the total grant was just, I don't remember the exact numbers, but I think the total grant was just shy of $300,000, of which the community had promised about close to $20,000 in cash, but then a lot of in-kind labor. But then the community bumped that up to over $50,000 in cash once they started seeing, all the cool things that were being done. So I think I can't think of a better poster child for a program like this than that.
Dave, that's so compelling. I think like maybe you could include that in your talk, whatever you want to present. Like, to me, that's just a very specific example of how impact can be made. So just a thought. But I can also make a note to include that in the report.
And I think it was a case of how a community can work together to,
Yeah.
these were folks that, barely spoke to one another. And then now that, once they saw the greater good that could be achieved by something like this, everybody worked together to get it done. So, yeah.
So you have like 2 hours for.
Oh, no.
Diane, ask for the afternoon, man.
No, that, good, my opinion, good successful brainstorming, and I can try and pull it together using a very succinct version of last year's outline, and then maybe run it by Kate if other people think that sounds like a reasonable step forward. And then share it out.
Our next meeting is the week after the Board of Forestry, is that correct?
The what?
The next, our next meeting
Oh,
is that.
I thought we met before then. You're right, we don't. It is a week after. What, should we?
We were
can-
trying to not have happen.
That's
We
true.
don't meet in August. Why did I think we met?
I somehow I just is forgetting that it's such a, we're already in June, end of June.
Yeah.
So, well, but we can send via Heather a draft around and get some comments in and work them. I think that's what we ended up doing last year
He
anyway.
did, yeah.
Yeah.
And then ask for approval by voting members and then put it forward. So if that sounds, we could do that without calling another meeting.
Yeah, and the only thing I will say with that is, I will blind CC everyone when I send it out, so just make sure you only respond to
yeah.
me, otherwise we run issues of it being a quorum and all that
Yeah,
other
right,
stuff. so.
okay. So I'll put that down as next steps. Thanks for pointing out the meeting schedule. Somehow in my mind it was before. And then the other next step, preliminary to that, was Eric's idea of people looking at the pillars and sending in ideas about small forest landowners' contributions and overlap with those pillars that are in the Board of Forestry vision document. Okay, I'm just writing this all down. So that input on the pillars in the vision document, you can send that in sometime, you know, Linda, within a week or two, that'd be great. And then I'll work on a draft based on our conversation, then we'll proceed, as we've mentioned, that Heather will be the person who's doing the communicating. Okay. I think that is enough of a discussion of that topic, unless others have things they want to raise their hand about.
We actually have quite an agenda for next year already, so.
And not only that, Dave often has lots of ideas for agenda items, so we've got like 15 to 20 great next year. And we've had a good lot of discussions, including at lunch, but we have roundtable time now. If people have like specific update types of things they want to raise, we have time to talk about that. That's the next on the agenda.
I'll bring up, so every couple of years, kind of depending on the biennium, we often, as the Partnership for Forestry Education, which CFF is a part of, often partner with the department to put in funding through the state, private and federal grants that often we bring in funding for an educational purpose for small woodland owners in Oregon. So we're just starting the one that we applied for 3 years ago. That funding is just becoming available. And that's the work that, as Glenn mentioned, some of that's going to be going to OSU through OFRE, but to OSU for the ties to the land and bring successional planning back into workshops. There's also some of that funding is going to OSWA for additional work engaging landowners and doing tours. And so this time around was actually a pretty small amount, 40,000. We before asked for several 100,000 to 100,000, kind of depending on the partnership. The last time out, we kept small just because we were coming out of COVID and not really sure where all of our lives were. And there was a lot of switch with folks. And so I just bring this up because there's a new person who I'm now blinking that took Nate's. Ryan was in that job, Nate was in that job, and now it's Katie. Yeah. So I was. I was gonna say, I thought at some point it would be great talking about future to have Katie come and engage her with this group and thinking about like in the future for what might be some topics that we could look at some potential larger funding that would come into partners in that. Is she on there?
Yeah.
Oh, there she is. I just set
Here.
Katie up.
Hi,
Look at
everyone.
that timing. Katie, it couldn't be better timing.
Introduce yourself, Katie.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. My name's Katie Blauvelt. And I started about a little over 3 months ago as the Family Forest Land Coordinator. So I'm working in Lori Bell's group, and I'm helping to coordinate and manage the different incentive grant programs within that team. And yeah, so Mike actually mentioned that these meetings were occurring, so I thought I'd drop in and just listen in and hear what goes on in these meetings. But it's nice to meet everyone here.
Katie, can I ask a question, which is, because we were just talking about, we're putting together a report. I don't know when you joined, but if you were listening to us, we're talking about putting together an annual report and thinking about making sort of an ask about advocating for continued funding for things, including under the Accord. Is it appropriate for me to ask Katie, like, if she sees gaps, or maybe I shouldn't ask that question?
Don't know.
I don't. I'm just, what we were talking about, for instance, like programs that have been successful and hopefully having appropriations or funds continuing to flow to those incentives that help small forest landowners. And I thought you might be in a position to say, well, we're setting these up, but the funding terminates in this year. We have to do like a pop, or we have to get a new appropriation. I can't articulate my question super well because it's a real question. I don't know the answer, but does anything pop to your mind about that?
I think I would have to talk to Lori, my manager, about that, and then
So
get back to you.
Katie just started, but I think in the coming years, she'll be up to speed a little bit better.
Yeah.
Maybe able to answer that, but
yeah,
definitely not by the Board of Forestry meeting.
Sorry to pop that one on you.
Yeah.
Oh, no, totally
Nice to
fine.
meet you. And
Nice to meet you too.
So
Anyway,
I was gonna add, you guys did a biochar demonstration, didn't you, or something?
Oh, we're a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Finally just got the last of the biochar off the landscape. Yes, something. The gift that keeps giving.
But me and Margaret Miller, who's with Ofri now, she used to be at DEQ. We did a presentation at I can't remember which Oswald chapter we were at with Darcy. Yamhill. About biomass opportunities. So whether it's, turning biomass into biochar or, other ways to get rid of your activity fuels where you maybe are in a smoke sensitive area or have an issue getting a permit, a smoke management issue. Dan Goody's been involved with ODF on some of that work as well. That might be, there's some activity in that space that might be interesting for us to explore moving forward. I think the biggest thing that, Margaret has tracked this a lot longer than I have, but that she had mentioned is that air curtain incinerators, which can be utilized, will no longer require a Title V permit from EPA, which they did in the past. Which should make it easier for people to acquire these things. We're still working through permitting and things like that at the state level. But there has been an interest, and I think there's a lot of opportunity, especially on small landowner properties that are closer to town, that have a harder time getting rid of that material.
Cool to have a tool lending library of that kind of stuff, because people can't just go out and buy one.
Yeah.
But I think that would be contractors.
Yeah, I
Right?
think
Like
yeah,
if a contractor had it, that then.
yeah, and there was a contractor who does some like tub grinding and stuff. Actually, at the meeting that we attended, he came because of the meeting topic. He was an OSMA member, and I think he joined AOL too, which was pretty cool, a pretty cool connection. But anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there, something that this group might be interested in exploring in the future. Just because there is a connection point with ODF, with federal lands. There's just a lot of people sort of engaged in that space around biomass markets and utilizing alternative mechanisms to deal with activity fuels and other types of fuels on property. So just wanted to highlight that. I don't know that we've really talked about that much in this space, other than some of the biochar stuff.
one of the things I'm you've all heard me, well, Julie's done that refrain as well, like keeping forests as forests and, really helping small forest landowners. And so one of the things I'm kind of excited about that as part of being on the Oregon Tree Farm Board, on one of our working groups is one of the little gaps is people who own small, that have less than 10 acres, but actually are really interested in caring for their land really sustainably. I mean, we were really struck before we did the Master Woodland Manager class, we kind of were practicing being volunteers by showing up at another intro class. And what was really striking in Lane County was how many of the class members had like 5 acres, sort of, so they wouldn't qualify to be certified under the tree farm system, but they were really interested. So we're exploring the possibility of a sort of a self-certification program that would be, you meet a certain set of criteria, right, as a very simple management plan, and then you could buy a sign. Sort of like if you do the Bee Steward program, you do the whole program, then at the end of that, you can get a sign that you can post. And who doesn't love having a sign on your property somehow saying that you care for your land? So we're kind of playing with how that might work. And Lauren and I've been talking about it, and we'll probably drag T into it too, is that could be, it could either be a project, if it was a group project that Extension wanted to do, that'd be fun. But even if not, that, we could work with Lauren, and that could be one of our sort of MWM projects, kind of also connected to OTFS, but try to make it something fairly simple, but also acknowledge that every forested acre actually matters. So I'm kind of excited about that one because I think the littles matter. So
we ever had the urban community forestry come talk?
we have not.
Yeah, too.
Since it's a big, it's becoming a big program. So just for future.
Now with the new extension, we're going to extension agent, right, with that program, and there's a lot of around that.
One other connection point too with the urban and community forestry is, so I sit on the Governor's Environmental Justice Council, and we're developing an environmental justice mapping tool for the state. And the urban and community forestry folks are primarily engaged for ODF as our agency in helping the mapping technical team work. That's one of Scott's, I can't remember who it is. It's one of Scott's people, because Megan Donaker was sort of engaged as a DEI coordinator, but no, I don't know. It's not Hillary, because it's somebody who's like technically very GIS focused, which is not Hillary. It's a guy. I can't remember his name.
Dan?
I don't know. I do not remember.
Yeah.
Evan, it's Evan. Yeah. So that would maybe be an interesting connection point too with small woodlands, because not super similar, but not unlike the hazard map. It's another map that the state will have. There's no regulatory pieces to it, but it may provide new opportunities for places. Basically, it's supposed to identify environmental justice communities, of which the way that I understand environmental justice communities, a lot of small woodland owners would probably fall into that. Rural communities, and there's like specifically like coastal communities, remote communities, that'll have designations in there, and these, environmental justice scores, these index scores associated with them. And that, from the ODF perspective, it might be interesting to have urban and community talk about that and their engagement in that mapping tool as well.
Yep.
I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah, and he even asked me to sponsor developing that tool.
Oh, really?
So he's working on it. But
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, well, and they're working on the tree equity stuff too, right?
Yeah.
Which would be, there's a bunch of stuff they could probably come into this with the pods that would have relevance. Fascinating. Not what I went to school for.
Yeah.
Different kind of forestry.
Yeah. Well, maybe I can talk to Scott. So Scott's very well versed in it. Say, hey, That's all of this week. What would you guys decide?
Yeah.
What do you want to confirm?
Yeah. That's great. Gonna have like an entire meeting where he just talks about all the stuff that they're doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they happen to choose to have their Oregon Community Trees conference is this week in Lane County at the same time that everyone from the world is there for
Oh, God.
the
Track and field, oh man, yeah.
Wow.
And when your staff is late of booking a room, you don't get a room in Lane
Oh,
County.
man.
So
So they got
I was
that-
like, why can't we find you a room in Lane County? And they're like, it's the Olympic trials.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that was
This weekend is doing it?
this week.
Yeah.
And Oregon
Fishing out
Community
now.
Trees is
I
Thursday,
thought being
Friday.
shut down.
Oh, Margaret can come stay at our place if she needed to. No, seriously. No, seriously, she could.
Yeah, I think right now she's in like a hotel in Florence, because we were like,
We're
we're
closer
like,
than
why,
Florence.
what's going on in Lane County? And they're like,
Oh,
it's the Olympic
we
trials.
don't, yeah,
Yeah.
we're
I'll tell her.
definitely
If
closer
she's not
than
allergic, if she's not allergic to cats.
It's just a funny thing that both of us in forestry are like, we're just gonna book a conference.
Right.
And then you're like, moving us to
Yeah, right.
some Olympic trial is also going on in this town.
But you gotta add to that on Friday, they're shutting down I-5.
Yeah.
Is it a day
Yeah.
or is it for like?
For a
Your
weekend.
bridge,
Yeah.
they're,
Yeah, for a whole weekend, right?
Wow.
So she might end up staying with you the whole weekend.
That's okay. I'm pretty sure we have extra tools. Yeah. How is she with a tractor?
Just don't ask him this week.
So I'll. When Julie, 2 years ago for the annual report, I had done some stuff on workforce, forestry workforce. We had that as a key piece. Engaged, and lots of other folks are engaged now in implementing a comprehensive forestry workforce study through the Higher Education Coordinating Commission, and so that, that is moving forward, where the state has been successful in moving something forward. So just to give a report to this group, we should have a report sometime in the middle of next year, and more reports on reports and studies.
What's it called again?
Well, we're calling it the forestry workforce study. So like generally what
A
it's called,
straightforward name, yes,
yeah,
okay.
and there's an ODF person on it.
Well, other than Brandon, but
Okay.
they started a workforce person that.
Yeah, but that's for internal, that's ODF staff, that's not for.
No, but I'm saying like they do have somebody that might.
There's a pop for that person.
Yeah, we're talking.
Okay.
So that'll, that person would get hired until
Yes.
sometime late.
Aren't you guys the it? Joe,
I don't know.
Joe.
Okay, I'm calling us all together.
Yeah.
Like, did it
Come back.
And did you want to add something to the round table? Okay. If it's all right, I think I might center the conversation again, see if any remote people want to add roundtable topics. I think we're also the close of the meeting if there are no topics coming in. Thank you all. It was a long meeting, but thanks for being so engaged and so many great ideas from everyone. With that, I adjourn the meeting. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Bye all.
Thanks, Wendy. Good
Great
to see
job.
you.
Bye-bye.
Study.
Study.
Okay.
For ODF.